X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me right now. Punch your face now. Show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, welcome. What's up, Princess Kristinoki? Hello there, Ashroom, good to see ya. KP Thone, welcome. Alex Wooten, good to see ya. Red Eye Fire, welcome. Summerstar, good to see you again. Snowy Prince, how you doing? Another Nerd 64, good to see ya. Trans Daughter of Water, welcome back. Clover of the Fields, hello. Redo, how you doing? Or Redux. Adam0561, hello. Ride the Rails, good to see ya. War Penguin, what's up? Maybe I will, War Penguin, but I do have a lot of segments already, planned out for today, but I absolutely could use some good recommendations for tomorrow's stream, so I appreciate the adding of a good segment to the stream suggestions channel in my Discord, which, by the way, if any of you want to recommend content for me to cover, that is the place to put it. I always troll through there right before stream to see if there's anything else I should cover, if I don't have a lot of topics already. Hey, Heavy Gretel, good to see ya. What's up, Goldilocks? Hey there, Alice Hanjad. Or Hunjad? I don't know how that's pronounced, but welcome. Everglow, hello. Solias, good to see ya. Wild Rose, how you doing? Welcome back. I do apologize, my eyes are a little tired today. I actually feel like I got a lot of sleep, but man, I'm really pushing off my afternoon Monster Energy. You know, I want it to be 5 or 6 p.m. before I crack that open, you know? TSW Shadow Wolf, how are you? I thought I said hi already. My bad. Mex Guy 3, hello. Bazooka Horse, good to see you. War Penguin, I think I said hi to you already, actually. SRS has left the internet yet again. Oh, that sucks. Not. You think Elon can get sued with the amounts of misinformation spreading during a disaster? Yeah, but I mean, he could get sued for anything. It doesn't mean that it'll be a successful lawsuit. He has a lot of money to pay very good lawyers. Hey, Delancer, good to see ya. Welcome back. Isn't he already getting sued? Yeah, on multiple fronts, he's getting sued right now. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he's definitely getting sued. He's pretty sued right now, not gonna lie. Dude. The other night, me and Ethan watched the season finale of Season 2 of Rings of Power. Holy fucking shit, dude. The opening scene of the episode. I'm not even going to say what happens because I don't want to spoil it. But when the thing at the end of the opening scene of the episode happened, Ethan was just like, okay, that was the rawest thing ever. And yeah, it absolutely might have been one of the rawest things ever. That scene. Holy fuck, dude. Like, not even as a Tolkien fan. That scene is just insane, dude. Rings of Power watch party today, indeed, TSW Shadow Wolf. So for those of you guys that don't know, tonight, after stream, like directly after stream, sort of like running on, like I'm going to end stream and then directly jump into the VC, we are doing a watch party. Not just any watch party, but because there has been declining attendance on watch parties lately, even with, you know, inclining attendance in the case of streams and videos and stuff, I figure that demand for watch parties is dropping pretty significantly, and people aren't super interested anymore. And so I figure I will do one more watch party and kind of use attendance as a democratic vote for whether or not we keep it around. And so if you want to continue watch parties, you don't have to stay long, but just try to attend towards the beginning so I can get a gauge of how much people are really interested in them as a concept. Not just as, like, an occasional thing, because it is a lot to keep those things scheduled and to, like, take time out of the streams and stuff as well for them. So I want to make sure there's desire for them if I'm going to do that, and if I'm going to announce them in the Discord and ping people. Because with a Discord of over 10,000 members, you know, with only, like, a couple dozen coming to watch parties at most, it's like, I don't want to piss off the rest of the, like, thousands of people that aren't interested in that ping, you know? Or, God forbid, have them turn off notifications. Then they don't get notified when I go live or upload. We only have 5,000 members? Huh, I don't know why I doubled it in my head. Weird. I could have sworn it was double that. Maybe I'm thinking a different server. We the people will vote with our viewership. I never got a ping, Zan. You might have it, notifications turned off in the Discord then. It's very possible. Anyway, I hope you guys are willing to come to the watch party tonight. We're going to be watching the next 3 episodes of Rings of Power Season 2, episodes 4 through 6. We might squeeze in another one if people are really down for it. I don't know how much energy I'm going to have tonight. We'll see. But I've got a lot of topics for us to cover today, too, and they are juicy indeed. Some really good topics. Quite a bit of stuff has happened the last few days. So, yeah, I got a lot of stuff to talk about. Hey there, Balth. Good to see ya. Did you see that screenshot I sent you, Balth? Ghost of DEI? The Chuds on Twitter complaining about the new Ghost of Tsushima game. Did you see this? The Cybertruck is having a 5th recall? Yeah, dude. It really sucks that Elon Musk is, like, killing EV reputation in America. It's really rough. Like, it would be really good if America adopted electric vehicles faster. Like, it would help a lot with climate change. Like, granted, you know, I get it. The working class is not responsible for all these. But at the same time, if the majority of Americans switch to electric cars, it would help. That is, like, undeniable, overwhelming consensus. It's not an end-all, be-all solution by any means, and it's not, like, insanely better, but it is significantly better enough that, like, yeah, it would be ideal. I hope that Elon does not nuke the reputation of the concept of electric vehicles, which are already disliked by conservatives, but I feel like he's making them disliked by progressives, you know? Maybe Elon is just an oil industry psyop being used to, like, ruin the possibility of electric cars catching on in America before they can catch on in America. You know, like, he just starts his own super overvalued, overpromising, lie-filled, full of worker rights abuses company that just overpromises and underdelivers constantly and ruins the perception of EVs. I'm assuming 15 to 20 is a good number for the watch parties. We've had plenty with about 20 to 25 people, you know? Yeah, 20 to, like, 25 people is pretty ideal. Or not ideal, but, like, pretty good, I'd say, is, like, not bad, you know? But it's just that when we host a watch party, and we're watching a show, especially one that has any type of chronological story to it, it gets rough when one watch party has lower attendance, because then after that, it can only bleed further attendance, you know what I mean? Like, it gets to the point where you could have, like, 5 or 6 people showing up, because eventually, because a good few people missed it, you end up in this situation where no one shows up, right? And it sucks, because I really want to watch chronological shows and be able to have people, like, show up to it, and that's most of what I want to watch if I'm going to do watch parties, so, with that in mind, it just seems like the chances of the watch parties falling off, like, over time with a given show is very likely, and that doesn't very much make it worth doing them, you know? Yo, Xanderhall, if I DM you a pic of my cat, you want to show her to stream? Sure thing, Balth. Did you see the Dockworker strike? Don't break the chronology of the segment, Delancer. Don't spoil it, okay? Let the story, when the segment starts, the story is going to unfold, okay? I wasn't live when I wasn't streaming the days when this all went down, okay? I've got to do a segment that, like, tells a story, all right? Don't spoil it. But yes, I know. Yes, I do want to see the cat. Let me check and see if Balth sent the cat. Balth has not sent the cat yet. No cat just yet. Zan, the 3rd episode of The Amazing Digital Circus dropped. I don't know why you assumed that I watched that. I tried to watch the 1st episode of it, and I couldn't finish it. Why would you assume that I liked The Amazing Digital Circus? It's just not my cup of tea. I apologize. I don't feel like I've ever indicated that I like it, though. Alexander Hall, you guys can enjoy your slightly more adult skibbity toilet. It's not for me, guys. I'm sorry. You guys can chill and hang out over there with your Pomni Rule 34, okay? I'm not interested. I'm not down for that, okay? That's not my cup of tea, alright? But will you watch Skibbity Toilet? No. I tried watching like 10 seconds of Skibbity Toilet and said, okay, I get it now. And I clicked out of it. I got pretty much the gist of what Skibbity Toilet is, and that's all I needed. Here, let me bring up a few of these cat photos. You got one where the kitty is laying on its back showing its tummy, one where the kitty is basking in the sun, and another one where the kitty is lying on its back showing its tummy, which is the cutest thing ever. I love when cats do that. Cats have like the softest stomachs ever, and you think like, oh, I'm used to dogs. When an animal rolls over on its back and is all like, here's my belly, wants you to rub the belly, right? That's what dogs want. That's what like dogs beg you to rub their tummy. Cats do not typically like it, in my experience. They'll show you their belly, but they do not want you to rub their belly like a dog. They will get very upset, and they will hurt you for it badly. I learned that lesson the hard way after years and years and years of being a dog person. My cat loves belly rubs. I've never met a cat who liked them, sadly. I would love to, though. They love tummy scratches. I assure you, the ones I met do not. They do love head scratches, though, based on the cats that I've met. My cat is dog-coated. That's ideal. That's ideal. A cat with dog-like tendencies is ideal. Look at this baby. This is the baby on its back. The baby lounging in a sunbeam, as cats love to do because they prefer heat a little. They're like kind of like cold-blooded reptiles in a way, where they like it a little warmer than we do, and so if they can get warmer, they'll go for it. Like if there's a fire, they'll sit by it. If there's a sunbeam in the window, they'll lay in it. If there's a heating pad or like anything that puts off heat that they can lay next to, they will, and they will enjoy that heat. She's an old girl. She's 13. Aww. What a cute baby. And then here's another picture of the baby on its back. Look at that. The little face. Cats are so funny. I love them. But know this. If ever you should die in your sleep, your cat will get hungry, and then it will want to wake you up. It will lick your face. It will not stop licking your face until you wake up, which you never will. And then eventually, where they're licking will start to bleed. And once that happens, you're the food now. Many such cases of cats doing this, and that's exactly how it goes. I just wake up. Nah, you just have a very, very happy and fed cat for a while. They're smarter than dogs. I feel like dogs probably don't tend to eat their owners when they die. From my knowledge, from what I've seen, it seems like dogs mourn their owners passing to the extent that sometimes they starve themselves to death. Like they'll stop eating and drinking water and fall into a depression and allow themselves to die like after their owner. And you if you have a pet in that situation, you have to force them to not kill themselves basically. It's a really depressing and sad thing. Because dogs aren't survivalists like cats because they're dumb? No, dogs have been bred for years, generations on generations on generations. They have basically been around for almost as long as modern humans as our companions. And we've bred them selectively for the best traits and behaviors that, make them good for keeping around us and make them cute as well. And now we've got, dogs that will literally die for you. There are countless videos of, small dogs sacrificing themselves to save, small children from getting attacked by a larger dog. It's very common. Dogs are very loyal. They're not dumb. They're just extremely loyal and willing to die for you. They're great. Can't let that happen, but the fact that they're willing to do that is why they're just amazing. We don't deserve them. Dogs are we don't deserve them, chat. Humanity, Earth. We do not deserve such a pure creature as the domesticated dog. I mean, even wolves seem pretty chill, honestly. The modern house cat has not evolved very much at all in thousands of years, whereas dogs have been bred and inbred to all kinds of to do all kinds of things. And look all kinds of ways. Cats can exist without humans, but many types of dogs cannot. Yeah, cats are perfectly fine the way they are, already suited to domestication, which is why we never had the need to breed them for domestication, right? They just they're very independent, they're very quiet, they're kind of a little bit of pest control. They're actually not as good at it as you would think. It turns out cats, it was sort of they will chase and bat around mice and rats, but even historically, cats didn't make that much of a difference to control pests. Maybe back then they were trained to, but they don't really do that great of a job. What does do a great job? Terriers. We bred dogs to get rats eventually. We realized that we could breed small dogs that were really fast and had razor sharp teeth that being the terriers, and those things are rat-killing aficionados, dude. There are videos on YouTube where it's like, hey, are you a farmer? Do you have a lot of land? And rats, like, eating your chickens' feet off and stuff in their coops? Well, we've got a lot of ratting dogs, just an army of terriers that we will unleash onto your farm, and they will commit a genocide on the rat population on your property. And they just record that. And the dogs, like, once again, do not, they don't play with their food. Like Thide Wraith in YouTube chat said, the dogs just go in for a clean, fast kill and then move on to the next rat. And they just go from rat to rat to rat and handle the problem. Yeah, verminicide. Domesticated rats are cute and lovely and smart, but wild rats, or I should say the rats that should be wild but have instead invaded the environments in which humans live, not so much. Not a big fan of those. Zan, fun, unrelated animal fact, sharks are older than trees. In fact, one of the most evolutionarily perfect animals is the frilled shark. I actually knew that. And I'm glad you brought up that fact. I really love stuff like that. There is a fern that I believe predates the first trees and is relatively unchanged evolutionarily since the development of trees, that is still around pretty much exclusively in the Pacific Northwest, up where I live, and there is so much of it everywhere, dude. It's all over the place, in like ditches along the side of the road. It's like, wow, that is a plant that was just growing around when dinosaurs were walking. Like if I went back in time to when dinosaurs were walking around, I would see that plant. Like even before dinosaurs, actually, way before, I would see that plant. Actually, no, I think trees developed after dinosaurs, because trees didn't develop until after, I believe until after the Triassic period, right? I think in the Triassic period there was like a different type of plant life that's like trees, but not really, and just ferns and shit, right? And there wasn't much forest like area to begin with. There was a lot of desert, because the earth was so arid during that era. If I'm not mistaken, I think I might be right. The king fern, I believe. We have them in Australia. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. That's so cool, though. Maybe it's because... Oh, yeah, that makes sense, actually, because at one point, every continent was one continent, and maybe a few islands kind of floating off to the side. I think, like, a lot of China used to be an island off the side of, like, Pangea or whatever. One of the big supercontinents. I heard that pop, Zan. What pop? Like my knuckles? I don't think I popped my knuckles, but I can do it now. Honestly, good thing reminding me. They could use it. Yeah, you guys like that audio? Knuckle pop ASMR? You're back. I don't think I popped my back, did I? Pop my jaw there. Here, I'll pop my back as well. You want to hear what my back popping sounds like? It's loud, dude. It's insane. Well, that one wasn't much of anything, actually. That was like the most pathetic back pop ever. Ugh. My back doesn't really feel that sore right now, so not much impressive in the way of pops came out. But yeah, it was an alright one there. Sometimes I can pop my kneecaps. Yeah, I can pop pretty much every joint in my body. I'm a crackly motherfucker, and it happens when I walk. Like, I worry that I'll have to be in, like, an important stealth situation one day, and my ankle is gonna, like, just go as I'm, like, sneaking past the serial killer or whatever, and I'm gonna be so fucked. Same here, brother. Yeah, I feel like I've seen memes of that exact fear, like, when your joints pop while you're sneaking past the serial killer, you are going to die. Zan, what do you think of chocolate labs, the breed of dog? They're pretty cute. I like them. Labs in general are super nice. I'm gonna be honest, though, like, aesthetically, I think black Labradors look better than the brown Labradors. I don't know why, but I just think it's, like, the beautiful brown eyes they tend to have. And if you've ever seen, like, Labrador dogs, they tend to have, like, these very, like, hazelnut colored eyes that are really nice. It just contrasts better with like that like shiny black coat that black labs have. They're really cool dogs, though. So friendly. Really good family dogs, and they can swim. They have webbed feet, or webbed paws, I guess you would call it, and they can swim like ducks, where their, like, doggy paddle is insane. Xander Hall racism arc? Yeah, I'm racist against certain colors of dogs, yeah. Yeah, this is my racism arc. We had one named Molly. She was a genuine angel, only barked twice. Literally would never intentionally hurt a fly, but she hated tall grass and rain. Aww. Yeah, they're so sweet. They're awesome. I love labs. My lab would wag his whole body when coming down the hall to greet you. My little puppy does that. She wags her little tail, and her whole back half of her body is just swinging left and right. She actually went to the vet today, and she got some of her, like, annual vaccines, so she got some of her shots, and then the doctor, the vet, said that she is, like, 12.5% overweight. So the doctor gave her shots and called her fat. And she, like, the puppy came home, and she was like, I'm so sad. I had such a bad day. She was so stressed out over that. She did not take it well. Poor puppy. The doctor called her overweight. My dog screams when he gets shots and I'm not there. Apparently the puppy was very well behaved. She was just very, very chill about it. But overall, she was just very stressed out about having to get taken in the car to go to the vet. She doesn't like leaving the house like that. She prefers just take walks and stuff. It's actually pretty surprising how skinny a healthy dog is. Yeah, it's really weird, you know? Like, it feels odd. Like, it seems like you shouldn't be able to pet a dog's, like, side and feel their ribs, but that's kind of what you're supposed to be able to do with most dog breeds, if they're not, like, super fluffy. If they're at a healthy weight, like the ideal healthy weight. My cat will follow me around the house, and the one I'm walking is just an army of 3 cats, sometimes 4. Yeah. Especially greyhounds. Yeah, hounds in general. It's, like, weird how they look proportionally right when they're overweight, and then when they're, like, at supposedly healthy weight, they look so gaunt. Not bloodhounds. Blue tick hounds. Those ones are so weird with their proportions. Like, they're lanky as hell when they're supposedly, like, the ideal weight. And they look much more proportionally right when they're what vets would say is overweight, you know? My dog used to shed so much that we used the old fur as fertilizer. Yeah, my uncle had an Arctic wolf dog mix that was mostly Arctic wolf, like a lot of Arctic wolf. And she shed like crazy. Just white fur, completely white fur, like Ghost. Like, she looked like Ghost from Game of Thrones, but, like, pretty large, but also not the size of a literal, like, fictional dire wolf from Game of Thrones. I know dire wolves really existed, but they're not like in Game of Thrones in real life, or they weren't like Game of Thrones. But yeah, just imagine, like, if you had Ghost from Game of Thrones, say, in, like, the backseat of your car, and Ghost was shedding, and you had black seats, black upholstered seats. That happened many times to friends of my uncle who took the dog places, like to the vet or whatever. And I remember a joke about, oh yeah, we should spray some water on all that fur and we can get an army of wolf dogs. She'll reproduce like a mogwai or a gremlin. The German Shepherd my blacksmithing teacher has. Your blacksmithing teacher? Fucking raw, by the way? Absolutely giga Chad, might I add? Good God. The German Shepherd my blacksmithing teacher has shed so much that he's not allowed into the shop since it's a fire hazard. That's crazy. Yeah, no, that makes sense, though. You really don't want those insanely hot furnaces that are supposed to heat up steel to, like, yellow hot temperatures to catch fire. It will be a hot and quick to spread fire. Hair is surprisingly flammable. It's oily. Hair is oily, And that'll also make it burn a lot hotter and a lot faster. It'll go whoosh. One of my cats, Mr. Button, has his own pillow by my pillow, and when I'm going to bed, I can feel his paws walking across me to get to the pillow, but sometimes he just falls asleep on my chest because he's too tired. Aww. That's the cutest. Yeah. Cats are so cool. And they're so, like, light-footed, too, that you'll, like, feel them walking across your legs, and if it was a dog, even a small one, it would kind of hurt a little bit, because they walk a little heavier. But when it's a cat, it's like, how are they manipulating gravity to be so light on their feet? If you pick up a cat, it's like picking up a sack of bricks, you know, especially a larger cat. But when they walk on you, it's like magic. They have some kind of like elven light walking ability. Anyway. I had metal shop in high school, and the torches burn so hot and bright that they will damage your vision if you don't wear one with one of the big visor helmets. Yeah, it's an arc. It'll absolutely blind the ever-living shit out of you if you don't use what's it called? Like, there's like a mask that has this special film on it. I forget what the film is called, but it specifically cancels out the type. It's a welding mask, yeah, but the type, it tends to be like a deep red, if I remember correctly, because the light from welding is like deep white blue, and the red like does a lot to neutralize the brightness and color of it, while also like allowing you to see through it. Am I mistaken there? I'm pretty sure that's how they work, right? I remember that technology was part of those scam colorblind cure glasses. Like, they're you know those glasses that are supposedly supposed to cure colorblindness? They don't, like, at all, ever, for anyone. And they never have, and they never will. But the idea was that, like, some guy who had colorblindness put on a welding mask, realized he could see colors he couldn't see before, and then made them into glasses, and it's not a real thing. Welding masks are designed to darken when hit with bright light. Maybe that's what I was thinking of. I remembered it was some cool technology having to do with, like, color and neutralizing, like, the type of light so that you could still see other things, even, like, pretty clear as day, without getting blinded by the insanely bright arc of a welder. Remember when Mike Lindell lost a debate to a 12-year-old boy at the DNC? Yeah, I do remember. That was, like, 4 weeks ago. Not that long ago. So they have transition lenses? I think it's something else. Hold on. How do welding masks work? Fuck it. Most welding helmets include a window visor covered with a filter called a lens shade, through which the welder can see to work. The window may be made of tinted glass, tinted plastic, or a variable density filter made from a pair of polarized lenses. Different lens shades are needed for different welding processes. So there's auto-darkening ones. They work basically by sensing the light from the arc and electronically activating a liquid crystal... This is advanced shit. Activating a liquid crystal filter within the lens to darken to a pre-selected shade and protect the welder's face and eyes from ultraviolet and infrared radiation. A lot of these are about the auto-darkening ones, which seem to be what's taking over at the moment. Huh. Apparently there's been some developments in the world of welding. I subbed with a video I wanted to see you react to. Awesome, Straw Hat Monty. I'll be getting to donos in just a second. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you. I have them. They're good. Cool. Yeah, I've been thinking about, I did this a while ago when I was in high school for a school project. I followed the guide. I iterated on it a little bit to try and make it better, particularly with using a different cement mix that would be a little higher heat resistance. But I recorded it and then edited it and uploaded it for a project when I was in high school. And it's a private video on like a different channel and everything. It's not like a public thing. But if I could find it, I'd probably upload it to the channel now, just so you guys could see what I'm talking about, just 'cause it's a fun little thing. But I followed the King of Random, may he rest in peace, his guide on how to make a backyard DIY foundry / forge capable of melting down metals and heating up steel to forging temperatures. Mind you, this thing is advertised as being able to heat up steel to forging temperatures. They don't, like, talk it up and say, oh, it can melt steel and stuff. Here's the thing, though. I made some small changes that I thought would help the longevity of the forge that I was making, the smelter / forge. Instead, what it did was make it far more capable of reaching higher temperatures. So instead of using a blow dryer as bellows, I used a leaf blower as bellows with this charcoal kiln. And I used the bottom half of a sawed-in-half fire extinguisher, like the video recommended, as a cheap sort of, quick crucible to melt down some, like, aluminum into. We had cut up some aluminum, like, fins from, like, a radiator in order to get some basic scrap metal to melt down, just for the sake of seeing, like, all right, let's see if it works. You know, we need to melt down something for the school project. And my uncle was helping me out with this as well, mostly holding the camera so that, you know, he could record me doing these things for the school project. But we end up hooking it up and everything and turn it on. And I start adding the aluminum to the crucible. And it melts the aluminum at an alarming rate. Like a ridiculously fast rate. And then next thing I realize, there's no more aluminum in the crucible. And I see red, or not red, but yellow, like bright yellow, coming from the bottom of the crucible. And it's not molten metal, it's the bottom of the furnace. The crucible, or the furnace had gotten so hot because I was using a fucking leaf blower as bellows on this charcoal, it had melted steel. It melted the steel fire extinguisher out the bottom. And I used a magnet on it. I know for a fact it was steel. This is one of those moments where I realized, like, man, those 9/11 conspiracy theorists are full of shit. I just accidentally melted steel in my yard with some, plaster of Paris, refractory cement, and charcoal and a leaf blower. I just melted steel on accident. I just wanted to melt some aluminum, you know? So it's actually surprisingly easy to melt steel, it turns out. You just need some wind, actually, and that'll get the job done. Zan, unrelated, but what do you think of alt history? I think it's pretty neat wondering about how simple things could have changed and how different the world would be, like Japan falling to the Mongols. Yeah, that could be cool. That would be cool, I guess. I mean, I like alt history stuff well enough, but it can sometimes be a little cringe, depending on how it goes and what it is. It's, you know, it's a fine genre, I suppose. Not my favorite. I don't, like, go out looking for alt history stuff. It's not my cup of tea, but, you know, it's fine. I've melted salt before. Shit was cool. I want to do that. I want to make some molten salt, and then I want to pour it into water and just watch it explode. It's even easier to melt steel if it was damaged by a fucking plane. Well, you know how I mentioned that the leaf blower pushed enough oxygen through the coals to make a hot enough flame and enough heat from the cinders that it melted steel, right? Imagine a skyscraper. If you've ever been to New York City and you've been on top of a skyscraper, like towards the top, like at like the viewing area, say on top of like the Empire State Building, it's windy as hell, like insanely windy. Now, imagine the wind conditions are like that, and much like in your home on like the second, third, or first floor, or ground floor you might call it, you open up a window on one side of the house and another on the other side of the house. It creates a draft, like a wind tunnel of sorts, and you can feel like it's especially obvious when you open a door, when you've got a window somewhere in the house open. It might even slam the door shut on its own, you know? Imagine that effect, but with the insane whipping wind, like at the top floors of the Empire State Building, or not the Empire State Building, but the World Trade Center. Empire State Building's almost as tall, I think. At the top of a skyscraper. It's like a massive furnace was created with insane winds already, but it created a wind tunnel, and you can see the videos. Like, it turned those floors that got hit by the planes into a furnace. Of course, the steel beams melted. They'd just been hit by a plane, and then a furnace had been created. Like a very, very hot furnace. Oh yeah, that building in Georgia caught on fire because of a sprinkler malfunction. I found that incredibly ironic. That sucks. That's sad. I made my own kiln out of Adobe/clay bricks a few years ago that I used to forge, although it got grown over and it is by no means safe to use anymore. The way I used to supply oxygen was with a rowing machine. The fan on the flywheel blows out air when the chain is pulled. Yeah, so I'm imagining you had like a chain attached to like a sort of rudder that was just like a flat fan of sorts that would like spin and create kind of a current, and you would like pedal, it would spin the chain, and that would spin this sort of like fan covered wheel, and that would create a bellow current to push up into the coals. I'm imagining like the general idea, because you based your design off of like a very long-standing ancient design, like a traditional one that humans have used for thousands and thousands and thousands of years, a very old reliable method, like the real deal pit kiln or pit forge method, and that is dope as fuck. I actually saw a video of a blacksmith refuting this where he showed a steel rod at a sufficient temperature would be, in his words, a wet fucking noodle. Yeah, it doesn't even have to melt. Is it the video where like the relatively buff blacksmith guy like heats up 2 pieces of steel or a few different pieces of steel in a furnace and heats them to like different temperatures, including the one that the fires were expected to be, the burning jet fuel, and then just bends the steel bars with his bare hands? And he says, now imagine like a tenth or like 20% of a skyscraper is weighing down on these steel beams that are at this temperature. I assure you they would bend. What is this? Ooh, based. It's looking like Special Counsel Jack Smith is planning to indict Marjorie Taylor Greene. You know, Marjorie Taylor Greene just today tweeted that they control the weather. Just simply, they control the weather. And that you are a fool if you can't see it. Yeah, they being me, you know, we're all shamans here. We can all admit it. We're all like very accomplished shamans. And like, listen, summoning lightning and thunder and rain and weather control is a very low skill shamanistic ability, okay? You know, like we can all pull this off, all right? We can all do this. We're all all lefties are specced down this path. Being called a fool by Marjorie Taylor Greene is a high honor, yeah. It's unironically that Rick and Morty quote of, like, your boos don't matter to me because I've seen what makes you clap. Gotta admit, that was a raw quote. A very, very reusable quote, indeed. Especially now when it feels like such a loud majority of people are fucking insane. And love to shame anyone who's normal. And not a fucking weirdo. Would you rather be a shaman or a druid? Ooh. I think a shaman, to be honest. Like, especially if it's a WoW shaman. I don't really have much of a, like, connection in terms of, like... I don't want to, like... Transforming into animals is cool, but it's not that cool compared to just, like, manipulating, like, elemental magic and stuff, you know? It seems cooler. You're basically like a spicy elemental mage if you're a shaman, you know? If we're going by WoW rules, you know? I like that idea. Zan, I highly recommend History of Everything podcast. It's a YouTube channel owned by Stekui and is pretty cool if you ever want to talk about stuff outside the US. Interesting. Yeah, I want to be the Avatar, basically. I would love to be the Avatar. That would be awesome. Every life decision I make gets scrutinized as I get pulled into the spirit realm, and all the former avatars are like, okay, so why'd you do that? It would suck. You know, Worgens are like shamans, right? Kind of. Or not shamans, druids. So it's a forbidden druid form that kind of spreads a bit like a curse. If you could willingly become a crab, you can transform in and out of crab form at will. Are you talking about like the power and throne and liberty? I mean, like, would I willingly turn into a crab if I could? Like, if I was looking to explore watery areas a little faster. Yeah. Like, if I wanted to be able to, like, dive down to a watery, deep area and not have to worry about drowning, crab transformation goes hard. It's better than fish transformation because fish are more vulnerable. Crabs have armor. Plus, I'm speeding up our evolutionary path because everything will one day be crabs, as we all know. Crab will inherit the earth. With that said, guys, keep in mind you don't change in size. You are a Xanderhal-sized crab. So I am a monster. Like, I'm like that crab creature from that one Love, Death, and Robots episode. Like, I am like a monstrously large crab in this scenario. Okay. I mean, yeah, that's even better. That means I could basically... If I was a crab my size, I would have human hand size pinchers, and presumably scaling strength and power to my size. And a crab that's like a blue crab can already, it feels like when they pinch you, it feels like they could pinch off your pinky finger. Like a blue crab, I would want to turn into a giant fucking blue crab. Those things are raw, and they can swim really fast. But, like, a human hand-sized blue crab claw, nothing in the ocean could realistically fuck with you. Like, especially if I still maintained my intelligence, like Zoidberg type shit, like a Zoidberg-sized claw, and the scaling strength of that claw, nothing in the ocean, besides, like, colossal squid and shit like that, would be able to handle my smoke. Like, literally. That is... You would be an eldritch abomination. I would easily take that, yeah. Oh yeah, Arcane Season 2 comes out next month. God damn. Zan just discovered his persona. Yeah, I'm actually a... What would it be? Like a shell? E or something? Like, because there's scalies, furries, crustaceanies or something? No, because a carapace. A carapace. Yeah, that sounds right. A carapace. No, a crusty. Yeah, people whose persona or whatever is a crab, they would be a crusty. That's great. I love that. Yeah, a crusty. Crabs are arthropods, so you're an arthropy, I guess? Okay. A crusty crab, yeah, exactly. You're crustona. Oh my god, crustsona. That is perfect. A crustsona. Because no, it should be a crustona, because they're crustaceans. Oh, it's so perfect. A crustona. Oh my god. We're inventing a new culture right now. A whole new, like, niche. Who is adopting the crab as their crustsona in chat? Hypers if you are. Join the movement. Bro, what if we went even crazier? What about lobsters, dude? What about lobster sonas? What about that, dude? That would go crazy. Whose fursona is a lobster? Or crust sona? This is such a vile stun lock. Alright. Shrimp Sona, let's go! Krill yourself? That's my favorite meme ever. Have you guys seen that? Anyone who hasn't seen this meme yet, get ready to have a new favorite meme. There was a time where I just replied to people I didn't like on Twitter saying dumb things I didn't like on Twitter with this, because somehow it actually avoids moderation on most sites. Krill yourself? It's so fucking good, I don't know why. It's so good. All right. Pepper T21, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. It means a lot and it helps a ton. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate the support. Sent just a link. Death Note comic dub. This is a bit long, but we'll watch a bit of it because you were so kind as to support the stream.
Kun? I have a question I've been meaning to ask you. A question? Damn it! Another test to gauge my likelihood of being Kira. What could it be this time? Have I done something suspicious? Darn. The best.
I hope he just asks tits or ass. And then Light is like, okay, oh, he's just asking, like, you know, a normal question. And then he answers, well, as a grown man, I'd have to say I've matured to the point of my answer being ass, but I can appreciate breasts as well, you know? And then, like, Light or L goes on to say, interesting. I think Kira would be an ass man. Now the likelihood of Light being Kira has increased to about 15.12%. I'm just about sure of it now. You know, like, he'd just be, like, completely just playing him.
Bastard knew just when to catch me off guard. What are your pronouns? My
okay.
Pronouns?
I was close.
Fuck. I wasn't expecting that. What does he mean by this? Do I just say he, him? But that's how we've been referring to Kira. I can't afford any more similarities. Should I just leave it ambiguous and say they, them? But Kira is ambiguous. That would raise suspicion for sure. What about a neo-pronoun? But I'm only a teenage guy in the early 2000s. That would shatter my cool straight guy persona. I shouldn't even know what a neo-pronoun is. I'm taking too long to respond. I need to say something. Fast! She, her. Fuck! I see. A trans villain. In hindsight, I suppose it explains a lot, but I admit this is an unexpected outcome. What does she expect me to do with this information? Am I to refer to her as such
Respecting
in
the
front of
pronouns.
the investigation team? In public? Or is this something I'm expected to keep between us? I need to tread carefully to maintain her trust and expose her as Kira without being transphobic. She knows she's put me in a very precarious position, socially speaking. I can't afford to slip up here. I know just what to do. Me too. The more I think about it, the more sense it makes.
Is
that
this
Light,
the
and
hardest?
extension Kira has been trans this entire
Oh wait, what?
time. Her obsession with punishing male criminals specifically
Is this
must
trans
be a manifestation
L?
of her deep hatred for her own masculinity and being forcibly grouped together with a population.
They've gone
of
very
decent
far with this
scum.
bit.
Kira could very well be Light's attempt to remove herself from her perception of men. A dark alter ego is a dark mirror for society. If I want Elle to really believe I'm not Kira, I'll need to do more than convince her I'm a girl. I'll need to convince her Kira is a cis man. Kira has mostly killed men. Killing women would be an easy way to seem misogynistic, but a sudden change in demographics might be suspicious to Elle. Maybe I could look back at Kira's previous behavior to see if there are any sexist patterns. Perhaps Kira is too misogynistic to consider women as real criminals. Hey guys, we have a new lead on the... Am I interrupting something? Not at all.
Join us. Listen, that is the trans social contagion in action right there. This is how it goes. This is it in action. The social contagion of transgenderism. That is how you get turned trans. The TERFs were right, it turns out. It all starts out as a bit. It always starts out as a bit until it stops being a bit. I've warned you. Heed my words. Heed them well. May Dastardly, thank you for the $20 Renos. I really appreciate that. Very, very kind of you. It means a lot. Thank you. Said, Zan, I got laid off. Thanks for the distraction, Lamau. Jesus Christ, I'm really sorry to hear that. That's fucking awful. Well, I mean, I appreciate the dono a lot, but, you know, no need or pressure to donate if you're, you know, obviously in a tight spot financially considering the circumstances. I really hope things get better for you. That fucking blows. Jesus, I'm sorry. That's awful, but thank you. I really appreciate it. Let me know if you, like, need a refund or whatever. Pepper T21, thank you for the $5. I really, really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Said, you mentioned having problems with anime being referred to as a community. Not as a community, but as like a genre. So I feel compelled to tell you that Wild Westaboos are a thing in Japan. Wild Westaboos. I mean, yeah, the Wild West is a whole thing. You'd think it'd have some pretty nationwide, like, genre appeal, right? Or not nationwide, but international. Dude, I want to go to Japan and just be like, I want to go to where all of the Westaboos are in Japan and be the American guy. And just like, I want to wear like an American flag t-shirt. I want to lean heavy a little bit into my like my Florida way of speaking, you know? And just give them exactly what they want, you know? And it would be like a fluently Japanese speaking woman at like an anime convention. There would be a horde surrounding her, right? I would be the white American male version of that at like the Westaboo Con or whatever in Japan. Yeah, I'm gonna be the American the Japanese thinks I am. I'm gonna walk in there with I'm gonna have sparklers in my hands, American flags like tucked away. I'm gonna have like I'm gonna be American Johnny, okay? That's gonna be my name, all right? That's what I want them to call me. Just American Johnny is what they will refer to me as. That will be my name. I've lived in Florida, California, Seattle. I've been all around America. I'm as American as it gets. I've been to New York. So I've been to all four corners of the country practically. I've been not too far from Alaska because I've been on like ferry rides that take you pretty far north, but not super close to Alaska, but closer than many of you have been. That's for sure. Unless one of you here is an Alaskan who's watching this and is like, well, think again, shithead. Anyway, thank you for the $5 and the cool little video, Pepper T21. That's neat. Bleach my hair and call myself Homelander. Real. Pepper T21, thank you for the $5 dono as well. Thank you, thank you. It means a lot and helps a lot. It says, I thought this article was interesting and I read it the other day, but it's Daily Mail, take a grain of salt. So take it with a grain of salt. Would your dog eat you if you died? Canines are more likely than picky cats to nibble on your corpse, but it all depends on the breed. Interesting. I don't trust the Daily Mail, but I mean, that seems like a fairly unpolitical thing for them, so I doubt they would report too dishonestly there. But then again, they do just want to clickbait a lot of the time, so. What is the gayest thing you've ever done? Oh, what is the gayest thing I've ever done? I mean, I guess compliment friends that are guys on their appearance. I guess if you consider that gay. I've never done drag before, Heavy Gretel, so that wouldn't really count. I guess the gayest thing I've done... I would actually say the gayest thing I've ever done are just the gayest jokes that I make with my friends, you know? Like, hey, I'll dick you down is like a thing you'll say to your buddies if, I mean, if you're cool. It's a thing you'll say to your buddies if they're talking shit. Like, hey, keep talking shit, I'll dick you down. We say that a lot. So that's kind of gay. Yeah, if you can't threaten to dick down the homies, you're honestly gayer if you can't threaten to dick down your homies. I want to just go walk around with a floral dress and a guitar and call myself Kurt Cobain? What? I remember this one stream where Lonnie put makeup on you. Did I literally just invent this event in my head, or do I have Alzheimer's? I did have a stream where I did a dono goal to put on bunny ears, and for her to put on like some very rudimentary like blush and stuff like that. And we did reach that dono goal, and I let her do it. and people were very happy about that. That was a fun stream. That was a fun one. You might be thinking of that. Pretty fun time. Yeah, you gotta love your homies. You gotta love your homies extra, you know what I'm saying? Zan, what would you want your drag name to be? I've not put any thought into it. I couldn't tell you. Maybe like Rusty Styrofoam. You can't deny that's a raw drag queen name. Rusty Styrofoam goes crazy. Just the most ridiculous combination of words that like kind of sounds like a name. Something creative. The more like out of the box it is, the better in my opinion. I've heard some great drag queen names that just make me go, yeah, it's raw. I like that. Extravaganza would be crazy. Anyway, guys, thank you for the tier 1 sub as well, Straw Hat Monty. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Thank you for the $5 dues. Says, I barely know Germa outside a few clips, but I liked the song and game and found it in my comments section. I will say I don't really watch Germa. I hear he's very popular and well liked. He seems like a cool guy, but I've never really watched him, so I just know him from memes and stuff.
Glasses perched up on her face. She got her hair tied up in braids.
I don't know what this is. Listen, there's just realms of content creation that I have not ever even, like, dipped into. But Germa's, like, super popular. Like, insanely so. This is just some, like, shorts clips channel of Germa. I don't think this is even, like, an official... yeah, this is a Germa fan channel that just uploads Germa clips, and it has more subs than I do. So that just gives you, like, some perspective on how big Germa is. That fan clip channels get as many subs as I have. Like, legitimately. Big guy. Don't really watch him, but he's huge. It's just him voice cracking. Yeah, he's so popular that, like, clips of him eating, like, a bagel go viral. He's a big YouTuber. It's just a whole different area of content that I'm not really tapped into, you know? Anyway, thank you for the tier 1 sub, Straw Hat Monty. It really means a lot. Let me update the dono goal really fast. So thank you to everybody who has financially contributed to stream. As always, it really means a lot. But if you want to support the stream for totally free and you don't have money or don't want to donate, you can do so for completely free by just hitting that thumbs up button. Every single like goes a long way to support the channel and the algorithm. It actually forces YouTube to show my stuff to more people, and it really means a lot. So if you hit that like button, even if you're watching on stream, or on my website, I should say, or like on your phone or whatever, it really means a ton and helps a lot. And speaking of, G-Well, thank you for the tier 1 membership over on YouTube. That really means a lot. Thank you. Oh, you gifted it to KC. Thank you, Gwell. I appreciate it. I hope KC does as well. Well, Valda Shark, apparently Shadow Raven Studios left the internet once again. So his return has been very brief. But his leaving once again might be brief as well. Who knows? Anyway, guys. Anyway. Let's get started with the first segment of the day, shall we? What shall we start with? Yeah. Here, first I'm going to use the restroom, because I'm not going to lie, my bladder does feel a little full. And then after that, we're going to start the first segment of the day. I might even grab a Monster Energy, because it is a little late. And I do want that nice energy boost. Did SRS post himself jacking off the CP again? No, Shadow Raven Studios didn't go that far as I'm aware, but, you know, he did do that once. Oh. There we go. I got a nice neck crack out of that. Very nice.
What's up, everybody?
Uh-oh. Spoiler! Spoiler! But you guys have to be patient. I will be right back, guys. I'm gonna go get myself a Monster Energy, and I'm gonna use the restroom, so don't go anywhere, because, I'll be right back, you know? Stay tuned. Not gonna be gone long. And then we're gonna be starting the first juicy segment of the stream, so I hope to see you guys here when I return. BRB. You know, going upstairs to get my monster reminded me, my dog is fucking adorable. Just absolutely cute as hell. And I've got some more photos of her to show you guys. As a matter of fact, here's a very goofy photo that shows you pretty much exactly how she sleeps. This is a photo that my mom snapped at some point. It looks like, actually based on the shirt, this is probably like last night. This is a photo my mom snapped of me sleeping and how the dog sleeps with me. So this is the view that all of you guys living in my walls get every night. But this is how she sleeps with me. I put my arm out and she just kind of like curls up in it, or she'll lay like on this arm here. There's my face. And that's her just laying on the pillow like a person. Unfortunately, at some point I pulled the blanket off of her because you can tell she's waiting to be tucked in. She likes to be tucked in when she sleeps. And she's always got to lay on her back with her head on a pillow, just like a person. She's just she thinks she's a person. She really does. She sleeps like a person. She tries to talk. Like if you ask her a question, she'll like go "Arr!" and try to talk in response. It's so cute. She's very smart. Nice, Princess Kristinoke. It's a pretty good, like, compromise percentage between the 55% that was offered and the 75% they were asking for. I think it was 77% they were asking for, if I'm not mistaken. Was that the, like, 77% and no automation? So 62% is, you know, it's a pretty good middle of the road between what was offered and what was asked. Which is generally how haggling goes, right? You ask for something very high, like 77%, and then you negotiate down from a very high point. Because if you start high, you can only end at a relatively high point, perhaps higher than what would have been initially agreed to, right? Very basic haggling technique. So it kind of makes sense. Xander Hall, serious question. How is it that every time you stream you get hotter? I think the mewing is actually working. I don't really think so. I actually need a haircut badly, dude. My hair is so ridiculous when it gets this long. It gets thick. It's so fucking thick. And it's impossible to brush without it, like, knotting up. And, like, it's painful. Like, brushing my hair when it gets longer is, like, genuinely unpleasant. I feel like I'm ripping my hair out, getting the knots out. Just to brush it. Need a haircut bad. Xander Hall, what do you think of SRS left the internet because he was ignored, blocked, and made fun of so hard that he left? Is that why he left? I guess so. All right. Anyway, with that said, it is time for us to start our segmentarino. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. So, lately I've been digging deep into the anti-woke grift sphere of YouTube. If you're not familiar with the group I'm talking about right now, there's like a certain type of, I don't even want to say right-leaning person, because if you're a conservative watching this, you should feel more insulted than anyone at the fact that there is a realm of content creators online that are utilizing your pre-existing anger over any given number of subjects to monetize it and to motivate you into action that otherwise you probably wouldn't care to do. We're talking about the right-wing anti-woke grifterverse, and we've dug deep. I've got a lot of videos that have made a large sort of collage of arguments against these people, and a lot of them have just exposed their blatant grifting. Whether it be the way that people like the Critical Drinker edit and, you know, just cut things out and make certain changes to clips of media that he shows when making an argument, just to support the idea that a piece of media that the sphere that he is in online has decided is bad and woke, just so he can make his argument and his, like, mandatory video about how a woke movie is bad, right? There's a big variety of content creators in this anti-woke grift space, and they all put a very slight different spin on the type of content they make. It's really the new modern version of, like, the anti-SJW movement during Gamergate. And if you weren't around during Gamergate, or you just didn't pay attention and you don't know, that movement went through a lot of phases. And the same people, or I should say a growing group of people that were mostly comprised at its core of the same people, slowly morphed and grew over the course of the movement's lifespan until it eventually just fell apart. And in the case of Gamergate, what really caused it to fall off, in my opinion, what really was the death knell for it, was two things. The first was a bunch of content creators in the space started going too mask off, and they started fighting. Because, you know, the going mask off thing kind of ruins a lot of the plausible deniability when it comes to accusations of racism, transphobia, sexism, etc. And a lot of these content creators were very attached to the idea of denying the claims of their bigotry and simply trying to defend themselves by claiming they're just arguing facts. It's just their opinion. They're just asking questions. Whatever very weak, shoddy explanation for their obvious racism they had to say, well, actually, we're not really racist. We're not really homophobic. We're not really transphobic. We're not really sexist. And a lot of the content for a long time focused around the idea of just letting people do what they want to do. These SJWs want to destroy everything that you like, from video games, movies, you know, they want to force it to change. They want it to be more politically correct. They want more diversity, even when it doesn't make sense. They want to race swap white characters with characters of color who are women and gay or whatever. And this idea blew up, and it became very popular years and years ago. Like, more popular than you could say it even is now, back then. And as these content creators repeated this stuff over and over again, and media started to get more explicitly woke, like, pre-2010, it would be pretty impressive and surprising to have a trans character included in a piece of media that's, like, mainstream popular, and have that character be presented as, like, in a respectful way that isn't degrading or as a joke or perhaps even as, like, a villain or, like, criticizing transness in a way. It's only a relatively recent thing that, say, trans characters, or even a lot of gay characters, have been substantially included in media. And as that has happened more and more and more, and popular media just inherently has this inclusion, has this diversity, the right found itself in a situation where their attacking of inclusion and diversity stopped being a defensive thing of already popular media that was, you know, beloved and everyone liked, and started to become an attack on popular media that was coming out, that people liked and was going to be successful. And eventually, they just stopped picking the right targets, and a combination of factors, this being one of them, led to the fall of the anti-SJW Gamergate community as we knew it from, like, 2013 to 2018 is really when it started to fall off, 2018. And so, now we've seen a resurgence. I think it started with the Red Pill, like TikTok and YouTube Shorts and Reels and Andrew Tate Red Pill stuff, really, I think, reignited the fire of conservatism in young people so that it could take off again in a cultural resurgence online. And then it kind of morphed into a repeat of the same garbage that was popular towards the dying end of the anti-SJW community, when their talking points and ideas and the people they target got really tired, you know? Like, the modern conservative grift content is on par with No Bullshit's content towards the end of his career. It really does feel like we are headed towards the end of this era of anti-woke content. Like, it's burning itself out. I've always said it's like a candle burning on both ends. It may burn real bright, but it's not going to last as long as any other. And so, another example of how I feel this anti-woke grift sphere is falling apart is their recent tendency to attack large, beloved YouTubers that aren't even left-leaning, just for the sake of getting the conservatives in that YouTuber's audience to watch them and get a little more money. What it feels like is individual content creators in this space are selfishly calling out large beloved figures using the arguments of a massive community of anti-woke grifters. Many of them would probably rather play it friendly and just, you know, grift clout in a more friendly way off of someone like the Act Man, but instead they're pursuing a more selfish and fast, instant results way of clickbaiting viewers off of these YouTubers and you know, grifting clout. And in doing so, it feels like in the long run, they're going to end up hurting this entire sphere. A good example of this is when a YouTuber named Andy Pants Gaming made a really cringe and awful video called Woke YouTubers, calling out a list of very much not left-leaning woke YouTubers and accusing them of being woke and bought out by the DEI Sweet Baby Inc. company. Because they criticize games for having, like, bad business practices and bugs and low quality delivery on what they promise and not the diversity in the games. It's a genuinely unhinged video, and the Act Man challenges Andy Pants to a debate, who agrees, stupidly enough. They have the debate. Andy Pants gets demolished in this debate to the extent that he shuts down and starts deleting comments and disabling comments on the debate video and on the VOD. And Act Man uploads his version to his channel and includes in the title of it, parentheses, comments enabled. Just to let you know how that debate went. That gives you an idea of how the debate went when Andy Pants Gaming, the guy who called Act Man woke, had to private the comments in the video afterwards. Gives you an idea of how that debate went. Anyway, I felt for a while, since this happened, and honestly since before it happened, that this sphere is on its way out. This era of this, like, anti-woke thing is on its way out. And I think this single act could be the start of a domino effect that makes this so. Because the Act Man just put out a video 2 days ago with 500,000 views already called "Every Video Game is Woke," apparently. You see, these people make their living off of calling every new piece of media that there's even the slightest bit of outrage over woke and getting angry about. And the only thing they can really accuse it of being woke with is either an insane conspiracy about a communist investment firm or the claims that any minorities in that media is a bad thing. So then you just get clips of like these anti-woke YouTubers raging at game trailers the second a black person shows up. Like, have you seen that trend where people like get like an anti-woke YouTuber's reaction to a new game trailer, and then the second someone who isn't white shows up, it zooms in on their face and you see that like how angry they look, or even just they start yelling about it right away. So as this gets to be more prevalent, I think we're going to see more people like the Act Man begin to call it out. I have not seen this video at all, though as you can imagine, I very much wanted to watch it myself. But we're going to hop right into it. It's pretty long, so I don't think we'll be able to watch all of it, but we should be able to speed it up a little bit and get a little more watch than we normally would. But you guys know how much I like to add commentary to things that I watch. You know, I don't just let it play as I sit there silently. So there's a good chance I end up stun locking when making my arguments for long periods, unfortunately. But hopefully we can cover as much of this as we can, because I am very excited to see a large, influential figure like the Act Man calling this stuff out. Not oat, like a Canadian would say.
What's up, everybody? This is the Woke Man here, and today, turns out there's a lot of games that are woke out there, and you've got to be on the lookout. Thankfully, there is a list just for you, so you can keep track of all the woke nonsense and all of those.
This is one of the largest YouTubers, one of the most respected and taken seriously YouTubers in the realm of gaming news content and gaming critique content, has just had his eyes opened to the dark, grifting, money-hungry world of right-wing anti-woke content. And this community of people who watch that stuff and are so obsessed, have been convinced to be so obsessed about minorities in video games that they are making curation groups and massive lists and public documents of what games you're supposed to boycott because they contain even the slightest hint of representation or pro-progressive messaging. Like, he's had his eyes open to just how deep this rabbit hole of insanity goes. And the fact that he's calling it out is big. Like, do not discredit how big of a deal this is. Even if you don't like Act Man, this is actually beautiful.
Political agendas being pushed into your games, and you can avoid it, and I'm going to help you. So here it is, ladies and gentlemen, and just so you know, this list is very, very comprehensive. There's a lot of woke stuff out there.
We've gone over this list on stream
before. You can clear.
It's very funny.
There's fucking 1,400 games on here. Look, okay, it's no secret that companies are sometimes pushing agendas in media, pop culture, video games, and whatnot. Bloons Tower Defense 6 is woke now, fellas. It's been compromised. It contains overtly pro-LGBTQ+ messaging. Can you believe it? There's a pride flag item available in the trophy store with a pro-pride message. And that's the review. That's their review of the review.
This is a guy who even believes that, like, there is agendas being pushed in media. Like, this guy is still disconnected from reality enough that he believes that companies are taking a hit to their finances to push progressive agendas in media for no other reason than, I guess, because they want that agenda to do well and to succeed. Which is, of course, ridiculous. We're talking about corporations and big publishing companies that, like, oversee every decision and all the budget for every employee working on the games they publish. But besides that, this guy is already tuned to agree with most of what these people say, but he has now had his eyes open to just how insane it is. He may find himself maybe changing his mind on that in the future. Yeah, and the Birdman, the guy who makes those fantastic videos just dunking on CinemaSins and how it's like low effort content made to like create hate around media that's popular and to clickbait off of it. It's basically like I feel like he's called this stuff out too now, and I feel like we're seeing we're seeing a wave of this starting to form. Large content creators that aren't even left-leaning starting to realize how fucking dumb this stuff is. And it's happened before. This wouldn't be the first time it's happened. When a big, popular, conservative trend starts to outgrow itself and people start to see the flaws, they start to see the seams, and they start to be impossible not to notice, until eventually the people who obsessed with wokeness in games become as much of a flanderized joke and a meme as the woke SJWs they made fun of. That's really what ended up happening, was in like 2017, late 2017 to mid 2018, around that era, people started to say anti-SJWs are the new SJWs. That became the new trend, the new phrase that people were starting to say and realize, and it took like maybe a year between 2017 and 18 for this to really take hold. But yeah, some people might remember that. People started to say, man, it really feels like the anti-SJWs have become the new SJWs. And that is the phase we are entering right now. At least it feels like a repeat. Like, we're going full circle.
Viewing games based on wokeness, this amorphous blob of a term now. But Bloons Tower Defense 6 has been compromised. Thank you, woke detective, for making me aware of this. I can finally cleanse my...
Yeah, get that refund.
Get the wokeness out of here. Get it out of here. Well, obviously Starfield is pretty woke, you know. Pronoun selection, they, them, body types instead of male and female. Improbably diverse NPCs in all areas. Well, hold on, what the fuck does that mean?
Well, you gotta remember, Ackman. You gotta remember. In case Ackman ever watches this video from me, by some grace of the Lord, I don't feel like this guy watches much content on YouTube in his free time. But if he does, then fucking cool, dude. You gotta remember, though, they claim they're not racist, all right? They're upset about minorities being included in media because it doesn't reflect the real demographics, you know? If you watch, even going back to like 2014, videos where people argue why there shouldn't be more diversity in media, they argue that, like, say, well, black people only make up 13% of the population. Gay people only make up like 2% of the population. Trans people only make up 1% of the population. So they go through that list and they say, why do these characters make up more than their proportional percentages of characters? But then you can, if I was ever in that argument and I got that, I would just respond, well, the majority of people on Earth aren't white. Why are most people in popular media internationally white dudes with brown hair? Like, why is that always, like, the protagonist guy? Why was that the established dude for so long? And it's only recently we've started to see more diversity, and you guys are freaking out over it, you know? You gotta remember, we've had decades and decades and decades of, like, very little to no diversity in media. The second there starts to be a shift, it's the end of the world. It's a literal genocide once there's a shift that does not advantage white people. But you can point to systemic, like, flaws in our justice system and in our welfare state and in our electoral system that disadvantage people of color definitively and undeniably, and they'll say you're making a mountain out of a molehill. Meanwhile, games have a few less white guys in them, or I should say more games come out that don't have white guy leads in them, and it's a literal racial genocide. It's like a tool of racial genocide, supposedly. Like, that is the way these people think.
Probably diverse? They're in space. You see, it's not just what games they classify as woke, it's also the reasons and the recommendation. Oh, Baldur's Gate 3, yeah, that's definitely woke for sure. I won't be playing that. It did win Game of the Year, but come on, it's woke. It's woke, fellas. Sorry, Larian.
It's always fun when these people forget that their, like, anti-woke Grift brigade works best when they spot a sinking ship. Baldur's Gate 3 is not a sinking ship. It is, even now, a rising ship, one well-remembered and well-loved. Being, like, known as a Baldur's Gate hater is not going to get you anywhere broadly online or, like, in internet young people culture in general, which is what these people are trying to do. But this list wasn't made by an anti-woke YouTuber. That's the thing. The people who make these lists and make these Steam groups are not people who have a living to make off of pushing this, like, anti-woke narrative. They're normal people who watch these content creators, who follow people like Grums on Twitter, and they eat up and buy every single word of their bullshit. So much so to the point where they feel the need to go through a list of hundreds, if not thousands of games and scan them for anything remotely woke, quote unquote, and create a public list to help other people like them boycott games that they consider to have even a hint of wokeness in them. This was not made by YouTubers just grifting. This was made by the poor bastards who buy their bullshit. You got to remember that. The people who made this are sincere.
80s fans, oof. Homosexual relationship between minor characters. Optional homosexual romance. Damn. Didn't that also get some awards? Hate. Look at how many games we're exposing. All of these games have been compromised. The Shovel Knight.
I really like that Ackman is starting to realize now that these people, and maybe he isn't quite fully making the connection, but he's getting it to a degree, that they're like going after a bunch of beloved games, like that everybody likes, sold really well, people love them, but they're attacking them and saying you should boycott them because they have diversity. He's starting to make the connection here that they're not upset at these games because of any real problems. They're just upset at even the slightest hint. Like, they are just racist and homophobic and sexist and mad about any inclusion whatsoever. He is making that connection. But the connection I really want him to make fully here is that this comes full circle to what that Andy Pants guy was criticizing Actman for. People like this and people who make the content these people watch hate people like the Actman. The Actman is actually concerned with the quality of games, with the business practices these companies engage in, whether or not these games are actually delivering on promised features when they have been, say, offering a pre-order, where you buy the game before you can even really know how good it is, and it under-delivers, like fighting against those types of business practices, criticizing games for their actual, as objective as you can get, flaws, and praising them for as objective as you can get achievements and accomplishments, right? That's what he does. He's actually concerned with the material content of games and talks about the material content of games and occasionally the outside of the game context in which it exists if it comes to its sale and business and monetization and stuff. He cares about gamers and informing gamers about new games, about quality of games, and if there is an actual scam of a game that you probably shouldn't buy and should probably save your money on, he wants you to know, but not because it's woke, but because the game has problems. These anti-woke types do really well when they find something that's disliked because of it has, problems, real issues. Let me see if I can find... Yeah, here's a good example. Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. I bet we're not going to see much complaints about this being on the list from Actman. Maybe we will, though. But this is a game that is pretty unanimously hated for a variety of reasons across the board. People on the left don't like it because it's pretty dull and heavily monetized in a not so great way. But on the other hand, you've got the right who has weaponized that pre-existing across the spectrum hatred for the game and motivated it into, this is what wokeness does to games. This is wokeness destroying DC. This is what woke DC looks like. And they use the pre-existing anger and hate for this thing that is validly disliked and people have valid problems with, and they turn it into a politically motivated thing. But you can see it becomes really silly when they forget that it doesn't really work too well when you attack something liked. When you attack Baldur's Gate, or Balloon's Tower Defense, or Hogwarts Legacy, ironically, it doesn't look as good as when you attack, or Hades, it doesn't look as good as when you attack a game like Starfield, or Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, if you just focus on games like that already have anger against them, the people who dislike that media aren't even going to bother calling you out for hating it because it has minorities in it, right? You've noticed that, right? With Rings of Power, people wrote off that show long before we even had trailers for it and decided it wasn't good and weren't ever willing to give it a chance. And of course, the right saw that there were black people in it and immediately jumped to calling it woke and drumming up a massive, seeping, toxic waste pit of misinformation about it and monetizing that. But interestingly, what I found is that as time goes by, the hatred doesn't make as much money. It doesn't get as much clicks. And eventually just kind of falls off. And it becomes obvious what was going on the whole time. So you can attack something and you can like bet all your money on it failing or doing badly, and you can manufacture the supposed failure like they did with Rings of Power, a show that like I think the finale episode of season 2 got 55 million viewers. It's one of the biggest shows there is, period. But if you listen to people on the internet, particularly in the anti-woke sphere, they'll tell you it failed. And of course, if you've got people who are attacking it because it's got minorities in it or whatever, like, oh, there's a black elf, there's a black dwarf, people who just don't like it because they've been convinced it's bad before it comes out, like for legitimate reasons, not casting reasons, they're not going to bother calling out the racism because why would they do that? Like, why would they call it out? They don't have any vested interest in defending the show. Hell, there's even people on the left that would be like, why would I defend this show? It's made by Amazon. Why would I defend the evil corporation Amazon, right? And so this anti-woke stuff really takes off and has a massive impact even outside of the right when it's a piece of media that has a lot of broad hate. And even if they can manufacture that broad hate, that's when they succeed. When they attack the successful stuff, they are just shooting themselves in the foot every time. Just like when Andy Pants attacked Ackman, ironically.
Series? Man. Hogwarts Legacy, well, we all knew that. Contains overtly pro-DEI messaging. 1800 Scotland somehow has diverse LGBTQ plus characters. There's fucking wizards in the game, bro. Just get over it. Why do we cherry pick historical settings like this when it's clearly not a non-fictional story? That's crazy. That's crazy. But Hogwarts Legacy is woke. J.K. Rowling is... This
is a fictional story.
I'm a little confused now. I'm a little confused on that one. Let's see. Other famous... Pow World is woke because it uses body type in place of biological sex during character creation. Who cares? Who cares? You see how easily, like, all of these are just written off as, like... They label that as overtly pro-LGBTQ+. Like, that's kind of crazy, dude. Oh, boy. Call of Duty's woke, too? Shit.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, multiple pride flag calling cards and emblems. Yeah, I can't have that. Can't have that. Why can't we, though? Wouldn't that just give people more ammunition in the lobbies to use those types of slurs against the people if they want to? You're probably thinking this is like a pride flag, too, but unfortunately...
No, they literally added that because of the slur speedrun community. Don't you guys know? Like, you guys are aware of, like, the Call of Duty slur speedrunning community, right? Like, they added those emblems to make it easier. They did the same with, I think there was, like, a BLM emblem as well. Which is like a big W for the slur speedrunners. Hold on. COD. I showed this on stream the other day, and this video is amazing. This guy speedruns getting called the N-word in Call of Duty lobbies.
Alright, so people tend to be really emotional on Rust, so this should be it. Good pistol out for good speed boost. Really good side cancel. Okay, really good side cancel again. Nice weapon swap. This could be it. That's right. We did it. All the most toxic people play shipment on hardcore, and
his fucking reaction every time.
Really good side cancel with the Uzi. Really good RPG swap. Really good shot on target. This could be it. So I'm going to be combining the Black Lives Matter strat with the hardcore S&D. Should lead to some pretty good times. Lobby. Oh, BLM. Stop 2.5. We fucking didn't know what's beating that list. TikTok took down my last world record speed run, so I'm back with another attempt using the same BLM hardcore S&D meta. Hopefully we can get good times. Lobby. BLM. It don't matter. Yes, go! That's the fucking world record! I did it!
This reaction,
so I decided to switch from the BLM.
His excited reaction, the fucking speedrunner making a world record, like screaming reaction every time in response to something so mean and awful. Because he just doesn't give a fuck. And he's just there to specifically seek out their racism, and he's baiting it from them as a goal. And the fact that he celebrates what happens is just such an amazing contrast. It is peak comedy.
BLM strat, which is 3 syllables, to I'm black, which is only 2. She'll get some pretty good times. Let's get ready. I'm black. Let's go on, Total's gonna be good. Let's go. In order to get the most toxic players, we switch from hardcore S&D to core S&D, still using the same OP I'm black strat. Hopefully we can break sub 1 with this. Let's get ready. I'm black. Oh my god, we did it! Sub 0.5! Alright, so
sub 0.5! Oh my god. Like, you gotta remember, though, that video, I'm pretty certain, is not staged or fake. I'm pretty sure that's real. And if you've ever been in a gaming lobby, you know that's real. Like, I almost want to test that. Like, just go onto, like, I don't know, CS or something and queue a random lobby. And just lie and say, I'm black. And see how quick I get called the N-word. Just to prove, like, man, gaming as a community like especially more like PvP focused, competitive, like toxic kind of games are full of really like, if they're not real racists and they're just trying to say slurs for the sake of shock value and insulting people, just to like maximize meanness, which a lot of people in games will do that, right? Just say the meanest thing they can, regardless of the social context of it, because they don't really have a fully. It feels like the people who do that in online games for every time they log on don't really have fully developed understandings of the world in general, you know? So, like, you'll find that stuff is really common in these online gaming spaces, which is why gaming is such a ripe community for these grifters to target. You can go into any online game and be a woman, be black, be gay, and if that is known, someone is going to start giving you a hard time. Like, they're going to make it their goal to ruin your day, right? This is extremely common. This is just being in gaming spaces how it is. You know, go to a game like Rust and oh my lord, dude, holy shit. I mean, you're basically looking for it when you go to a game like Rust, but like I said, there are pockets of the gaming community very receptive to bigotry, and that is what this stuff targets. And it's unfortunate, but it's pretty out there.
Fortunately, it is merely a t-shirt of a T-Rex riding a skateboard in a reference to Pink Floyd's famous album, The Dark Side of the Moon. It was the wokest thing I could find in my house. But no. If you thought I was wearing a rainbow shirt, you're really funny. That's really funny.
I mean, it is a rainbow shirt,
that's all they need. Like, just this. Like, a pride flag in a game. Even if it's an optional cosmetic.
The color spectrum is woke, guys. Like, the gays now own the gays now own the concept of light. Actually, hold on. This is so fitting. The anti-woke people being against the rainbow means they're against the color spectrum. The color spectrum is just light. Like the concept, like the combination of all the colors is just white. Like that is light. Like white light is just every color, and that appears as white. So they're opposed to light fundamentally. It is basically the light flag. They are the forces of darkness. It's right there, guys. They are of the devil. They are of Satan.
You can't even have that. Like, they don't even want that. No rainbows allowed. No rainbows. No pride flags. Fellas, the start of the NFL season is upon us, and the best way to cope with my beloved Seabirds not making the playoffs this year is by teaming up with DraftKings, an official partner of the NFL.
Okay. We'll skip through the sponsor bit, because this is a literal gambling site.
Call of Duty not woke. Warzone is woke.
Like I said before, as much as I like that Ackman is calling this out, this plays very well into that segment I made pretty recently, where I talked about how it's been extremely normalized now for YouTubers to push like scam sponsorships onto their fans. Like the biggest, most popular, like normie YouTubers, no one calls them out on this shit anymore. No one cares that like DraftKings is a sports gambling site / app that he is shilling to his audience. Don't mean to turn this into like an Ackman hate video, but just once again, a little bit pointing out at the fact that like the standards for you know, being a YouTuber seem to have dropped a lot over the years when it comes to monetization. Did you guys know that Mr. Beast had publicly engaged in a crypto scam rug pull with Jake Paul like a year or two before all this shit came out and he got canceled? Like, that was just public knowledge no one cared about and arguably like socially was buried by its lack of discussion. Like, he had participated and helped publicly multiple rug pull schemes that Jake Paul did, or Logan Paul, I think it might have been. And no one ever gave him shit about this. There was a few people who did. As much as I don't like him because he's a tanky, the Cavernacle was one of the few people who knew about this and called him out on it. I watched a recent video from him, and he showed a clip from a video he had that's like a year and a half old or something, and he had found out about that and talked about it in that video back then. It was Jake Paul? Okay, my bad. The Paul brothers are not human to me, okay? I don't consider them people. I don't consider them like sentient beings deserving of human rights. Why the fuck should I put in even the slightest, like even a calorie of effort of brain exertion into remembering which one is which, okay? I call them the douches, all right? That's literally, they are the quintessential douche tubers, all right? I hate them. I genuinely hate them. I've hated them since I was in I think they've been around ruining YouTube since I was in middle school at this point. I despise them. I really do. I've never liked them. Mr. Beast did not ruin YouTube. The Paul brothers did. Like, they set the stage for Mr. Beast to not be laughed off the site for what he was doing right away. There was a time before Mr. Beast blew up, by the way, when filmed philanthropy was viewed as shameless. Do you guys remember that? Where, like, YouTubers would get called out for making videos where they give out money to homeless people or give free food to homeless people because it was viewed as, like, sympathy bait, or like, oh, look, I'm such a good person, give me money, watch my videos. But then Mr. Beast got so big doing it that no one wanted to get the heat that you would receive from calling out Mr. Beast. And something that used to be socially, just as a standard, cringe, everyone recognized it as such, filming videos and uploading them for profit, just like monetizing, helping people, it's never been genuine. People were like, oh no, when Mr. Beast does it, specifically it's fine, you know?
Something completely different.
Let's see, is any
Anyway,
Call of
minor
Duty
stun
not
lock.
woke? Warzone is woke, 2019, yep. Black Ops Cold War, campaign character creator menu has options for non-binary. God,
Whoa.
even Black Ops Cold War is woke now. Jesus. We're getting massacred out here, man. What kind?
Doesn't, like, Reagan respect your pronouns in that game or something like that? Or is it Nixon? It's like the really conservative president at the time, either Reagan or Nixon, respects your pronouns. I apologize, I wasn't alive during the Cold War. Little too late to the party for that one.
What kind of fucking games are on here? I was a teenage exocolonist. Contains overtly anti-capitalism messaging? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? So does BioShock. Criticizing capitalism is woke now. What? Who wrote this list? Well, I know who wrote this list. It was actually one of the founders of Autism.
Well, to be clear, by the way, yeah, no, like, it is, yeah, no, actually, though, they do consider that woke. Like 100% they consider that woke. In every universe, in every game, in every instance, they would consider that woke, yeah.
.net Call of Duty. So all of the Call of Duty games that are on Steam are woke. Hard confirm. I will be taking down any reviews of any woke games I've done. Undertale is woke. Shit.
Good job, man.
Multiple non-binary characters use they/them pronouns, including the player character. 2 major characters can form a homosexual relationship. Well, it's a good thing I've never played Undertale.
Damn, dude.
Oh boy, here we go. We're getting to the good shit. Red Dead Redemption 2. Informational, right? Red Dead 2 only can...
You can get... I wonder how they will phrase, or how they will, like, twist. Do they know? Contains subtly pro-DEI messaging. Several minor characters espouse modern-day political sentiments. As an example, the NPC Sadie Adler behaves the same way a modern-day feminist would. I like how we don't get any, like, comment on the optional interaction in the swamp, where if you're not careful, Arthur will get knocked out, and then heavily implied to have been anally raped. And you can go back and hunt the guy down and murder him, of course. But you run into like a rapist in the woods who knocks you out if you trust him. And then you get knocked out and you wake up, and Arthur like stands up and he reaches back and he like rubs his ass and says, ugh. Like it's heavily implied, at least. Like very heavily implied. I'm surprised he didn't know about that and didn't add that to the curation thing. You? It is a thing in the game. You can look it up. I'm not making it up. I'm not trolling. This isn't a bit.
Contains subtly pro-DEI mess. Subtly pro-diversity, equity, and inclusion messaging.
Yeah, it's basically like, if anything, it's probably a reference to like the basement in Pulp Fiction. Yeah, basically that. No, man, I'm pretty fucking far from okay.
Several minor characters espouse modern-day political sentiments. As an example, the NPC Sadie Adler behaves the same way a modern feminist would.
Sadie shoots and kills people.
Gay! As a homosexual!
Yeah.
Bill Williamson! I just found out from Wikipedia that you were gay this whole time. Were you lying to me, Bill? You come out here now, Bill!
Ever heard? So I like subtly pro-DEI messaging in 1899. Yeah, Dutch only got Lenny and Charles on the squad so it would help his DEI scores with the Pinkertons. Yeah, I like several modern-day characters espouse modern-day political sentiment.
You gotta remember, the Pinkertons were, if I'm not mistaken, they were an Irish gang, And Irish people weren't considered white back then. So it's actually a really, like, based and red-pilled game because you spend a lot of it just slaughtering this, like, Irish gang that's in, like, contest with yours. And Irish people weren't white back then. So, yeah, it's actually super based and red-pilled. If we go by Assassin's Creed Shadows logic, the way that like, the anti-woke people talk about that, they claim that you play as a black guy beating up, like, poor Asian people or whatever. If we go by that logic, this game is just about, you know, being a white man in the Wild West shooting up Irish people who, reminder, back then, not considered white. They didn't count.
You know what's a modern day political sentiment? Women's suffrage? What? Native American...
Not the Pinkertons, the O'Driscolls, my bad. I mix up the names, my bad. Yeah, the O'Driscolls. Yeah, when you're killing all the O'Driscolls, you're being based and red-pilled, my man. Don't you know?
Aside all these political topics that were covered for 1899, like, Sadie Adler behaves the same way a modern-day feminist would. How? She doesn't... She's just a strong, badass cowgirl. Her husband died, and then she was being taken advantage of by O'Driscolls, and then Micah comes in. Yeah, she's probably gonna hate men a little bit. Good God. You see how reductive these types...
She doesn't really, like... It's not really implied that she hates men. It's more so the idea that she's surrounded... Like, she had her husband, who was, like, heavily implied to be cool as fuck. Like, just a very cool, good guy who got murdered by the O'Driscolls. And then she got widowed. And she gets taken in by her gang, which is a very nice thing. You know, they gave her a place and stuff and have kept her alive and gave her, you know, like, safety and stuff like that. But they're also giving her work, right? Like, to stay with them, she's got to work and earn her keep, and they're keeping her as, like, a housemaid in the kitchen. And she lived out in the woods in the mountains with her husband, where they just hunted and gathered and had to equally put in work to survive, because that's what frontier living is. It doesn't matter if you're a woman. You have to get what needs to get done, or you die out in the woods and no one ever knows you died until they find your corpses in your cabin in the middle of the woods, I guess. And so she's way more capable, just from her experience, very realistically and historically accurately so, with hunting and surviving in the frontier way up in the mountains where you find her. And so she's, like, just generally pissed off about her situation. Most of the people in the gang, besides a small group of people, are pretty shitty, particularly the guys in the gang. There's a very small handful of people that are not shitty, like John, Charles, Lenny, Hosea. Like, there's a handful of good people, and of course Arthur. And she respects Arthur the most because Arthur is, like, even in a bad playthrough, like a bad karma playthrough, I guess you'd call it, or a low honor playthrough, I think even in that, depending on your choices, Sadie still respects you, because even then Arthur is still a pretty honorable guy, and he keeps his word, and he is, like, helpful and just a good guy in general, except, obviously, if you play low honor. It's clear that high honor is the canon run for Arthur, though. Let's be real. High honor ending is the canon one.
Types of, like, woke labels become when they actually have to write down what's woke about it instead of just pointing at women and being like, women, they're woke. You know, it's like, it becomes very reductive and stupid. Skyrim is only moderately woke because an NPC in Whiterun asks you whether the sight of a strong Nord woman offends you. These are also such specific examples, like...
I love how that like, literally sounds like a joke that's almost anti-feminist, you know? Like, it almost sounds like the NPC is like, you're just walking by, and the NPC just randomly says, what? Does the sight of a strong Norse woman offend you, or whatever? Like, it just seems... Like, yeah, the joke... Yeah, it sounds like a self-aware joke, exactly, right? Like, it's meant to make you laugh at her, not, like, to feel... like, scrutinized from a feminine... Like, what are these people thinking? Like, they're so convinced that wokeness is everywhere, trying to destroy their lovely gaming they love so much, that they are adding it and seeing it where it doesn't exist.
Oblivion? Dumag Grobunk flirts with males. What? Some Argonians use conflicting pronouns? That's probably just a fuck-up of the script or something, if it's Oblivion.
I heard that thieves broke into the Arcane University, the Imperial Legion compound, and the temple all on the same night. Wait a minute, let me do that one again. I heard that
Thankfully, Fallout New Vegas is informational, Contains LGBTQ plus themes without specific messaging. Fallout New Vegas. Minor LGBTQ plus NPCs. A possible companion has dialogue about her experiences as a homosexual.
I like how they don't even mention the fact that you can take traits that make you gay or bisexual. If you take the Lady Killer and the Black Widow, I think is the name of it, traits, you become bisexual. And bisexuality is overpowered as fuck in Fallout New Vegas because you do 10% damage to all humanoid enemies, regardless of gender. Because that's kind of the joke in like the Lady Killer Black Widow bit, is that you're more effective at killing people of that gender. So you can just be sexist. You can be a guy who's just particularly effective at killing women, you know, or be a woman who's particularly effective at killing men. That can be the character you like roleplay as in the game. It's heavily roleplay focused. I'm surprised they don't add that as why it's woke, you know? Like having roleplay features that allow you to do things they disapprove of. Woke.
Light social commentary. Fallout New Vegas.
Very light.
Light social commentary.
Guys, don't you miss when games were apolitical, like Fallout, Metal Gear, Call of Duty? Like, don't you miss the old days of apolitical games?
I repeat, Fallout New Vegas. Light social comment. Who wrote this? What? What LGBTQ plus themes does New Vegas have? I never even heard of that. It's starting to sound like the people that call things woke just like they want all the gay people out of video games. Because it's like, why always highlight which games have homosexual or gay relationships? Like,
why? This whole thing is nothing but a Jewish plot. You do know that.
This NPC in Undead Nightmare is fucking crazy, by the way. He is literally just... I almost want to play the entire cutscene. He is literally Marjorie Taylor Greene. And even people in the 1800s, when the game... Or actually, it's the early 1900s, when the game takes place, are like, dude, what the fuck is your deal, Herbert? Like, what the fuck, man? Like, he is a hilarious character. He is extremely racist, and he goes on, like, insane rants that are... when they made this game, were, like, parody levels of racism. Now it's how Republicans just sound. But I need you to take yourself back to 2010 when this wasn't what Republicans were like through and through across the board. Hold on. Herbert Moon Undead Nightmare. Trust me, guys, this is not a stun lock. This is very relevant, okay? This is a great DLC for Red Dead Redemption 1. Oh, it's a bit older though, so the resolution's not great. We'll work with it though.
I must detect one of those things lately.
Yeah, this guy is everythingist.
Hey, mister.
Hey, Pard.
You seen a couple deputies nearby? Marshall's boys, Jonah and Eli.
Are they Jews, mister? They sound like Jews.
I don't know. Why?
This is the average, like, attempting to have a normal conversation with the average Twitter user in 2024.
Why? This whole thing is nothing but a Jewish plot. You do know that, don't you?
I find that highly unlikely, amigo.
Well, I don't like Jews. Or
you don't
colored
say.
Folk, or natives, now that you mention it.
Well, you're a nice, kind-hearted man to meet in a time of trouble.
Kind does not come into it.
Why? What are you talking about?
Why? I bet you like Catholics. I can't stand them neither. Nor women. Fabians, socialists, homosexuals, Asians, or British. Between them, they've ruined this country. Ruined it. It was a good country once. Now people are eating each other. And it's all the fault of the Jewish, British, Catholic, homosexual elite and their ideas. Well, I, for one, won't stand for it.
Have you ever met a Jewish person?
His reply.
Thankfully not.
Or a British Catholic homosexual?
Not in my store. Oh, I get it. I see you acting clever. Well, let me tell you this. The Jews killed Lincoln. That's why there is a triangle on the money. And they run Europe like one of them Arabian harems. Now they've sent this here plague to kill all us decent folk. Yep.
You, sir, are truly a remarkable fella.
Thank you kindly.
I must say, it's a rare pleasure to meet someone with such a grasp on human history. You take care of yourself. I'd hate to see you get savaged by someone and watch the life force drain from your hate-filled body.
Hey, hold on there. Why don't you join me in my fight?
I love that line so much. I feel like this should just be the go-to way to speak to Trump supporters. Could you imagine if just the immediate response to Trump supporters when they say some insane shit is just this?
Plague to kill all
are truly a remarkable fella.
Thank you kindly.
I must say, it's a rare pleasure to meet someone with such a grasp on human history. You take care of yourself. I'd hate to see you get savaged by someone and watch the life force drain from your hate-filled body.
I think all of you should simply just say that word for word whenever you debate a conservative. Literally, if you say that, you instantly win the debate. Doesn't matter what you're debating about, when, where, what to what audience. Simply say that. Just that entire scene I just showed you. I want to play Red Dead 1 again now. That's from Undead Nightmare, the DLC where zombies take over. It's implied to be John Marston's Nightmare. It's really cool.
Don't you?
I find that highly unlikely, amigo.
Well, I don't like Jews.
Oh, he's playing the
or
whole
colored
scene, I
folk,
think.
Or natives, now that you mention it.
Nobody used to give a shit when it was like KOTOR or Mass Effect. Nobody cared. The people that cared were the out-of-touch Fox News representatives. Now we have...
Well, here's the thing, though. Back in, like, 2008, we had, like, what was that guy's name? Something Thompson, that Florida lawyer who was, like, waging war against Grand Theft Auto 5 when it first came out. Like, Jack Thompson, I think his name was? Yeah, Jack Thompson. But nowadays, we're into this place where there was a time where the popular games coming out weren't exactly what you could even remotely call woke today. Like, besides maybe a few references, like a good example of a game that came out during the peak of the anti-woke movement is The Witcher 3. A game that has... I don't know if it has a single non-white person in it, which is, of course, because it's based on, like, Polish folklore, and as far as I know, the characters in the books are described as being white. And so they stuck with that, and all the characters in the game are white, pretty much. And so, at the time, and this was true of a lot of games, too, like, even if they didn't have, like, a historical or lore precedent for the race of characters, it was a pretty white cast you could expect. It was a pretty, you know... There wasn't a lot of diversity back then, even like 2015 and prior in games. And the meta for these anti-woke creators was to criticize the people calling for popular beloved games to be more inclusive and more diverse, for them to change in a certain way. And so these anti-woke people had a very easy path. They just had to defend beloved products from criticism on the grounds of lacking in diversity. Now, though, games, even the beloved ones, are getting more and more progressive, and it's not in any way, shape, or form something that harms the game's quality, as obviously the Act-Man would probably agree. But when your entire motivation the whole time was always to be against minorities in games, and they start to be in those games, you stop being the defender and you start being the attacker. And fundamentally, what always made these people so successful was their defense of popular media. Occasionally, their attacks of unpopular media would, you know, do them well, but it's really the fact they were like the vanguard of defending, you know, beloved media from like the wokeness changing them and harming them. Now, though, they're the ones on the attack, and normal people are the ones defending.
Like gamers writing this shit. What happened? Oh, GTA 5? God damn it. Unfortunately, it features multiple minor LGBTQ plus NPCs. Isn't that unfortunate? Yeah, Fallout 3? Jeez. The games that are safe, though. Team Fortress 2. No woke content. Thank God for that. Witcher 3.
Thank God.
Several minor characters provide exposition regarding their experiences as homosexual individuals.
There's
you can't
that,
even talk
yeah.
about why, like, what it's like to be gay in a video game.
There's a single NPC in the game, as far as I remember, and he is a hunter that you meet in White Orchard towards the beginning, and he helps you like with some questions that you have when you're hunting a griffin, and you kill some wild dogs with him because they're like terrorizing local like townspeople and stuff, and they're pretty like angry and like vicious and feral. And he just talks about his part of the story, what he tells you, which does involve him being gay, is part of a little mini storyline in White Orchard. If you do all the side content in the opening area of The Witcher 3, there's like a clever little story that you get in little puzzle pieces. So if you go to the well where you fight the Noon Wraith and the body is hanging, and you get the bracelet and stuff, that's part of the story you learn there. You learn part of the story from the hunter who mentions being gay. And what my understanding of what ends up happening is the hunter and the Lord's son in the region were in love. And this guy was acting as a stable boy at that point, I believe. And he was already betrothed to a woman, and they were going to get married. It was found out that they were in love with each other, the hunter and the Lord's son. The Lord's son killed himself. His bride, I think, killed herself as well. And then the estate fell into ruin, and it left White Orchard in like a very like fucked state. That's what I remember of the story, if I remember correctly. But you have to do like all the side content in the area, and that whole plot line comes together, and that's part of it. Is that there was like a taboo gay relationship between a very important like person in the area and a stable boy / hunter, and that relationship spiraled into a sort of drama / scandal in the region that led to the state of how things are now. So like you really just cannot include gayness, minorities, anything in a story or in a game and not have it boycotted by these people and called woke. And they'll find other ways to call it bad besides the wokeness. This is just more on its face. Many of the people who attack a piece of media and claim it's bad in this like new age of online content are just basically on the anti-woke train, and some of them don't want to fully commit to it. So they'll attack the thing that's disliked by the anti-woke sphere, but they won't fully commit to it. Petition for Zan to play New Vegas on stream. I've been playing through New Vegas on stream. I've taken a brief break from it, but I'm pretty far into it, and it's my like blind first time playthrough. Maybe you're newer to the channel, but you should look that up in my VODs playlist, because I've played through quite a bit of it so far, and all the VODs are still there. So you can watch through my playthrough up till this point and get caught up if you haven't already.
Out of being like, well, I don't know if we should go there. It's just so weird. Oh, shit, man. The Dark Souls series is, well, Dark Souls has only been moderately compromised, okay? Gwendolyn was born a male, but raised as a female and given clothes and a magic ring to help him act like a female. At least they're familiar with the lore to a certain extent. It is
Does that make Berserk woke too? Because Gwendolyn is a Griffith reference. Actually, I guess it would, because Griffith, yeah. No, I think the existence of Griffith and probably a ton of other things, I'm sure, would make Berserk woke to these people. Definitely.
The entire Dark Souls trilogy contains some woke stuff, guys. I can't recommend that. Helldivers 2, though, contains subtly pro-DEI messaging. How? What is the DEI message?
To be fair, I can speak from, like, inside knowledge, I guess you could say, that the people who made Helldivers 2 are very much progressive. I know one of the people involved. It was not made by, like, a team of conservatives trying to make, like, a, super hyper-patriotic pro-war game. They were a bunch of progressives making a funny game parodying, like, the hyper-patriotic, hyper-machismo, like warrior soldier mentality, with the constant reminder of its ridiculousness and the fact the characters are screaming in like cracking voices, like liberty and like jokes and stuff as they're like getting mauled to pieces, and they die constantly and they keep getting sent in. You're so evidently just it's based on Starship Troopers, right? It's a criticism, the movie. It's a criticism of like the fascistic war machine.
Intro notably features a mixed race family. That's like, to these people, that's like a warning flag. Is that kind of insane?
Oh yeah,
no,
true. They had in the trailer they have in their like vision of a utopian humanity, which conservatives view like Super Earth as utopia. Normal people recognize Super Earth as a dystopia that is made to look like a utopia to dumb people for the sake of propaganda. It's such an interesting phenomenon how conservatives so often fall for in-universe propaganda in popular media. Have you ever noticed that? Conservatives are so vulnerable to propaganda, they fall for fictional propaganda of fictional groups, parties, and armies in fictional media made specifically to criticize how ridiculous the propaganda is because of how blatantly false it is in the context of the story, and yet people still fall for it and rep like fictional fascism. I've seen that with a lot of conservatives. It's really weird.
Clear distinction between male or female aside from voice options. But they have helmets on and body armor, and I don't get it. I don't get these people. Counter-Strike 2 is not woke. As long as we're killing terrorists, that is A-okay. Cyberpunk, obviously there's going to be woke. Left 4 Dead series is not. Wait a minute. How? Hold on.
Doesn't Left 4 Dead have a gay character?
In Left 4 Dead 2. And
oh.
Speaking of, 2
but
of
you're
the
killing
4
them.
playable characters are black. And one of them's a woman.
Fuck.
How is that not woke? That's 50% of the playable
shit.
roster. How is Left 4 Dead 2
Wait,
not?
but Ackman, you forgot. Left 4 Dead 2 is a beloved game from a while ago, and it came out before this current culture war era that we're in currently. You got to remember, they don't care about Ripley and Alien or Princess Leia in the original Star Wars movies, not because they are exceptions to strong female characters being like allowed, but because they predate by so much the culture war that they have been grandfathered into likability. Nowadays, though, you cannot tell me, for example, if Peter Jackson released fucking Fellowship of the Ring today, you could not tell me it would not be the biggest, most hated. There would be channels dedicated to hating on it. Oh my god. Ian McKellen being gay and playing Gandalf was already a big thing back when the movie came out that people lost their fucking shit over. But giving roles that male characters had, in particularly Fellowship, and also in Return of the King in particular, over to female characters that were not, that's not accurate to the lore, that Peter Jackson did that multiple times in the story. Eowyn kill-steals Mary, if I remember correctly, and Glorfindel gets the thunder taken right out of his sails by not being depicted in the Peter Jackson movies and being replaced in rescuing Frodo with Arwen. And back then the meme was like, this is woke, is what people said. But back then, this type of culture war narrative online was so much less of anything. In the extended cut, Merry is needed still, isn't he? Merry stabs the Witch King, but it doesn't go the same way as in the book. They changed it up to give more heroic credit, I guess. Like the true kill credit goes to Eowyn in a way that it doesn't in the book, right? So they remix things and change things in a pretty explicit way, which of course would already not fly today with how the internet acts about that kind of stuff. But on top of that, the way they changed it put a strong female character in a spot that did not exist in the original lore. You could not get away with making Fellowship of the Ring today. It would not happen. You could not do it. There would be channel, just like Return of the Jedi. That would be the reaction to it. The same as the internet reacted to Return of the Jedi. It'd be the exact same. Guarantee it.
Woke. You see how stupid, how fucking easy it is to just point out like minorities and women and say, look at the wokeness. Game's woke. But they don't do that for Left 4 Dead 2. Why? Okay, so Portal is good, but Portal
because
2
they're so beloved.
Unfortunately has anti-patriarchy messaging, as all male characters are portrayed negatively and are less competent than the female characters. Man, Valve really fell off.
The most villainous character in the story, like the most prominent villain in the story of Portal is GLaDOS, who's like at least feminine coded, right?
And they really fell off after that. Yu-Gi-Oh! And Dragon Ball is safe. You can play those games safely. What is this? Validate. Struggling singles in your area. I can't imagine how this game would be woke. What does this game even look like? We're going in deep.
Oh, jeez.
Struggling singles just like
a dating sim.
I can't watch anymore. I can't watch. Oh god. I don't think I can show that. Okay. Don't think I can show that. Here's the thing. Yeah. If you want to play like these sex games or like dating sims, like who cares? Who cares about that? I don't care. I wouldn't have even known about the validate if it weren't for this hilarious list. I really should have covered this in my Battlefront collection video, but...
Wait, there are 7 futa sex games on this list too.
Game was woke. Battlefront Collection was woke. You see, they changed the self-inflicted death message from player killed himself into player killed themselves.
What's Fuda? Fuda is the anime version of how guys that just cannot like accept that they find trans women attractive have like turned like trans women basically into a fetish. Basically, it's anime chicks with dicks and balls, but they also have like, you know, like the whole rest of their body is very much like feminine, and so lots of conservative dudes are like insanely addicted to fuda porn, and a lot of them will publicly state this. For example, what was his name? Synthetic Man went on that rant about how fuda is not gay and it's not being into trans people because it's anime, and anime depicts people in a perfect form that is objectively attractive. And so being attracted to food and anime is actually based in red pilled because it's like eugenics, because you are, and I quote, taking the best part of the man and the best part of the woman and putting them together. And so attraction to anime fudas is not the same as attraction to real trans women, because conservatives are addicted to anime dick girl porn. I just need you guys to know this, all right? While they are shitting on you, calling you slurs for being trans, and actively calling for your death and imprisonment and calling you groomers, they are either A, jacking off to full-on trans porn, or at the very least, coping by jacking off to fuda porn. It is the way these guys cope. It's all it is. That's why it's on this list that Chud's put together of popular games. Zan, fun fact, original Palpatine's first appearance was played by a woman? Huh. Interesting. For some reason, my brain thought it had something to do with tofu. That's amazing.
Selves. Wow, look at all these woke games. Battlefield 1. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, there's black people in that game. Battlefield 5. Battlefield 5, you actually have, like,
That's a good way of putting it. They hate trans people because they hate themselves for being attracted to them, yeah.
But of course, a small description is not going to do it justice, but look at how many games. Wolfenstein 2? Shit. Main character is saved by his strong, pregnant girlfriend. She also manages to fight off a wave of Nazis.
She throws a grenade and shoots a robot.
Yeah, Overwatch 2 is another one of those.
As you know, a pregnant woman could never in any scenario, regardless of context or like story setup, could never ever shoot a gun and throw a grenade. It's simply impossible. Pregnancy just, you know, it just puts and being a woman on top of that, oh man, just puts the body into a place where shooting a rifle, you know, one of a gun made to be extremely accurate and easy to shoot and very light on the recoil effect on your body because you can shoulder it and it's so large and controllable and heavy. Yeah, no, woman couldn't shoot that. A grenade the size of like a fucking golf ball, couldn't throw that. Impossible. Woke. Futanari means hermaphrodite in Japanese, by the way. Oh, I didn't know it was like that direct. Jesus.
Games where you could.
It's the same as like it's very similar, by the way, in terms of like the copium like aspect of it, to the way that people on the far right also like obfuscate with anime when it comes to pedophilia. They like the ones of them that are pedophiles will like use lolicon and lolly stuff and try to differentiate it from like real depictions of children in a substantial way to try and normalize it and make their brand, quote unquote, of pedophilia more acceptable online and more like, you know, a bit like Nextaku, Rev Says Desu, Shadman. These are people who've done a lot to like normalize CP in the form of lolly. And so what those people do is they just like they use anime as abstraction. They say it's not the same because it's anime. When it's anime, it's different. When it's hentai, it's different. And so dudes who are like self-hating and attracted to trans women will use anime depictions as like copium to say it's not the same. And dudes online who are like actual pedophiles and don't want to own that will use depictions of children in anime and say it's different, because for some reason anime as a community is in such a bizarre place. I don't know like exactly how to put it. It seems like I've like mentioned that one VTuber that DJ Reaper Skier just mentioned, Pipka Pipkin, in a YouTube chat or in my streams before. And I've mentioned how she's like literally a lolicon and a Nazi. She's JQ'd multiple times. That's how I got introduced to her. And she's also like a good friends with Rev Says Desu and defends Lolicon. And that's like how I became aware of her, and I covered this. And when I brought it up on a stream recently, there were people in my community responding to what I had said in the comments like I was fucking crazy. Like, man, Zan needs to do more research on Pipka. It's like, do you not know? Like, do you not know? The anime community is, like, very weird, and people who love anime-focused and VTube-focused creators are willing to look past a lot. So even normal people are playing their part in normalizing everything from this, like, weird racist shit, like, complaining about wokeness in games, to even, like, pedo shit in the form of lolly online. There's a lot of really insidious ideas and beliefs that on their face are generally not accepted, that have been effectively wrapped up in some very thin paper, enough that for some reason the internet at large does not recognize the what's behind the mask. It's very weird. Anyway, I think we've watched enough of the video to get the general point. It really does seem like larger YouTubers in particular, like large normie YouTubers, are just starting to fall off of the anti-woke stuff. It's just starting to become very evidently garbage, a grift, just clickbait. Let's see. Let's read the comments. I remember when I was a teen, New Vegas got a lot of praise for having gay characters and allowing you to be gay. Mind you, it came out before gay marriage was legalized in the US, so seeing it here as moderately woke was really funny. I saw my mom today and found out she was a woman. That was too woke for me, and I left the house because of it. Based. True. Each Dark Souls game is woke because it has a gay character, you the player. True, because you're constantly getting fucked all the time. Actman didn't even get into how most of the positive no woke games are hentai games, and there is a suspiciously large number of them in the list. Space Marine being called woke is the funniest fucking thing ever. Their note on Portal 2 where male characters are portrayed as incompetent in a series where every major character is notably stupid. Actman isn't a gay communist. He played Red Dead Redemption 2. We all know he's a gay cowboy. I'm surprised people aren't trying to paint Elden Ring as woke. The hardest boss in the game is literally a female amputee searching for her femboy brother. Rickard literally had a gay lover. The DLC's final boss turned his brother into a sex worker. There you are, just playing a video game, then bam, suddenly you're woke. You didn't want to be woke. You didn't ask to be woke. Oh my god, no! They're hurting themselves so bad. Do you know what they're saying, what this comment is referencing here? There was a video by Extra Credits where they tried to make the case, and it's a real thing. They tried to talk about the issue of how a ton of fantasy stuff, like particularly when it comes to like evil fantasy races, like orcs, goblins, trolls, etc., they pull from racial stereotypes in real life that have been used to disparage like groups of people, because in a lot of cases these ideas and stereotypes associated with these fictional races, they're very old ideas, and like they were initially conceptualized before like modern like ideas of what is and isn't really like respectful to other like racial groups and cultures to do. And so there's a conversation to be had about how the way that a lot of media depicts goblins is identical to how anti-Semites depict like pretty much any Jewish person they hate, you know, or really any Jewish person. They don't even have to hate them. Like when you see like the caricatures and the stereotyping and stuff, it's like, oh, okay, so like there is a conversation to be had here, I suppose, because what the fuck, right? Either it's the you know, anti-Semites appropriating one thing or the nerd culture appropriating the anti-Semitism. There's a conversation there, right? But Extra Credits made that video, and they started it with... let me see if I can find it. Extra Credits racist orcs, I guess, would be what I'd search. Evil races are bad game design.
To the games.
Is this might be a re-release of the video, I think. Let's see. I think it's one of the opening quotes of this video that comment was referencing, only instead of making fun of wokeness or progressives in their progressive critique of things, instead it's making fun of the people who call everything woke.
If you paid attention to the game's discourse on the internet during 2019 and 2020, you might have noticed a reoccurring argument about some species from...
No, Tolkien wasn't racist. The people who think Tolkien was racist are the movie-only watchers. Like, if you only watch the Peter Jackson movies, it's kind of... It makes sense why you might view Tolkien's writing as at least, like a little racist. But a lot of stuff is cut, and a lot of stuff is, like, emphasized in the movies. And so you miss out on certain nuances that change everything. Notably, when it comes to the Easterlings and the Haradrim, which are, you know, the canonically non-white people in like the world that come on over, particularly when like Sauron has conquered all the lands to the south and the east and then calls them to come to Mordor and convene for his big invasion of the west. Like from the movie's perspective, it's like, okay, so the brown people ally with the Dark Lord. That's pretty interesting, Tolkien. It's not really framed that way in the books, though. In the books, it's heavily implied, if not stated, that Sauron just conquered the rest of the world first. The lore is basically that the rest of the world doesn't have the level of like protection, particularly like protection that stems from the Valar, that Middle Earth had, and because of that, those regions of the world fell a long time ago, and like they have had happen to them what you don't want to have happen to Middle Earth. It's like, yeah, if Sauron wins here, then you know, his dominion will stretch all the way from east to west, right? And at one point in the book, Sam sees a dead Easterling, I believe, and thinks about like what brought him there, particularly what threats and manipulation from Sauron brought him from his home to this land as an invader, and feels bad for him explicitly. Like it's explicitly framed as these are people who Sauron has already defeated and enslaved, basically, and Sauron needs to be stopped, not just because of what he's going to do to like the people of Middle Earth, but what he's been doing, like what has to be stopped, you know? No, I wasn't calling you racist, or I wasn't saying you were calling Tolkien racist, Balth. I was more referring to the fact that on the left, I've noticed a lot of people have a perception of Tolkien that he's like racist, when he's really like, I don't get that vibe from the writing. Like, if anything, I would say the Peter Jackson movies, you could be interpreted as racist in that way, with the way they reduced the role and context and information we get about non-natives to Middle Earth. Yeah. Anyway, let me see if I can find the clip that comment was making fun of.
Fantasy media, specifically orcs. Now, not to worry. This episode isn't going to be just another member of the chorus talking about how if all orcs in a game are blindly evil, that it's racist.
Okay, no, I don't think this is the same video. Maybe they took this one down because it got so much hate. There's a lot of videos responding to it. Here's a Rags video that is an hour and 22 minutes long, responding to the extra credits video. Is there... does he show the iconic clip? Nah, it doesn't seem like he does. Damn. It's such an iconic clip. Damn. Not Rags, for fuck's sake. Sky is a dog. Yeah, he was like commissioning porn of his like very much just a dog avatar. Like it's just like, I think not a Shiba Inu. What kind of... I forget. I forget exactly what kind of dog it's supposed to be. It's the no, I think it is a Shiba. Yeah, it's like an not even anthropomorphized Shiba Inu. Yeah. No, Rags is a massive fucking weirdo. Yeah. And a conservative content creator who is also a massive sex weirdo. Who could have possibly predicted that? Anyway, it's funny. It's just funny to see that everything is kind of collapsing in on the anti-woke sphere right now, it feels like. We're kind of at the beginning of their downfall. I would be willing to bet on it. If you guys think that my point stands, if you guys think I'm onto something here, then please consider leaving a like, especially if you enjoyed the video. It really helps a lot. Like, every single thumbs up on my videos, streams, or whatever I upload basically forces YouTube to push my content and the algorithm out to more people. So it really helps a lot and means a ton to me if you do it. And of course, consider commenting down below and subscribing to ringing the bell icon to turn on all notifications so that YouTube actually does tell you when I go live or upload, because otherwise they won't do it. Trust me, they won't. And of course, You can also see more from me on other platforms by following my social medias, which are linked down below in the description. And if you want to join my fan Discord, the main hub of my community and fan base, I'm hosting a watch party tonight. We're watching the next 3 episodes of Rings of Power, and I'm going to be determining whether or not we continue doing community events in the Discord in the future based on attendance for this watch party, because there's been declining attendance over time, and it seems like there's very little demand for them as of late. And so this watch party is going to be like a democratic vote by attendance as to like give me a gauge of if you guys really care about that kind of stuff. If not, then it doesn't really seem like they're worth doing, so I'm just going to put a stop to them, especially since every time I do a watch party, I do a ping in the Discord so people know to join. And that might potentially be annoying people when I already have like 3 uploads a day that get announced as a ping. If I like 2 days in a row, then a day off, 2 days in a row onward, like that's my stream schedule. I put out 2 announcements an hour apart from each other for my stream, and then on days where I do a watch party, that's another announcement. So that could end up being a total of 6 announcements, like at everyone pings in my announcement section every day, or every day that I do a watch party. That's a lot of fucking pings. Think about that for a minute. People just straight up mute Discord servers when they get pinged that much from them. And so I want to know people are down for these community events in the Discord if I'm even going to be like announcing them, much less hosting them. You know what I mean? So yeah, if you want to be a part of the Discord and you want to be part of game events and watch parties and stuff, assuming I continue them after today based on attendance, then consider joining the fan Discord. It's completely free and it's the main hub of my community. And I really do hope that you guys, consider dropping in. It's pretty fun. And of course, if you want to support me directly financially, help keep a roof over my head and the lights on over here at Xander Hall Studio, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch to the Streamlabs link down below. But regardless of how you support me, even if you're just lurking and hanging out, thank you for watching, and as always, have a good one. I hope to see you again soon. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good, if not a bit longer than I was aiming for. I remember that Chainsaw Chimera, yeah. All right. Bye, Zan, I am go. Why you go? Why do you not stay? That would go hard. What if you stay? Anyway, PepperT21, thank you so much for the $5 reduce. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very pog. Very based. I appreciate it a lot. Says, here's the clip of the gay hunter. Geralt thinks he's a werewolf, which is funny. Yeah, he thinks he has lycanthropy and is like, I know a few cures. And he's like, no. I'm just gay. And Geralt's like, oh. Yeah, I don't know how to cure that.
Dieter. You know him? We served at the Lord's Manor together, where the Black Army's encamped now. He was a stable hand, I was the Lord's hunter.
Okay, I got the story a little wrong, my bad.
That was before... well, a long time ago.
I did this quest. This is like, if you do all the side quests in White Orchard, this whole story that you're getting one piece of here all comes together.
Before they drove me from the village. What did you do? Nothing. I'm a freak. Sorry.
This is like desynced video and audio.
I'm a freak too.
I'm a freak too. Just cut the video there. Let your imagination fill in the rest.
Aye, but of another kind.
If it's
lycanthropy, I can match his freak.
What?
Lycanthropy. Werewolves. Handled a few cases in the past. It's usually a simple curse that...
The Lord's son, Florian, and I, we loved each other. Dieter
Geralt's just like...
in the stables. They drove me away. Florian hanged himself. Lord started drinking, and
it's a tragic story.
Fell into ruin. That's the long and short of it.
Let's go. You can just say, let's go.
Ancient history now.
Too long didn't read, but I'm happy for you, or sorry that happened. That would be a good response from Geralt. That's the kind of thing he would say. If he received a text that said all that, that would be his response. Anyway, thank you for the $5, Pepper T21. I appreciate it. And then another $5 from Pepper T21. What the heck? God damn, thank you. Send me a YouTube short. My grandpa after I swap his oxygen tank with galaxy gas. I'm telling you, that would have been Biden if they gave him amphetamines before the debate. We'd be in such a different election right now if they'd just given Biden some amphetamines, I'm telling you. Just get that motherfucker high, and he would have been dominating the election. God damn. He'd have been ready. He'd have been alert. Down to fucking clown. Slashy, thank you for the tier 1 give us up to Graz Triton. Graz Triton. Thank you, I really appreciate it. It means a lot and helps a ton. Said, I apologize for making you watch too much of that video. It's all good, you're okay. I appreciate the $5. And then Slashy, thank you for the $7 Edinos. I really appreciate that as well. Thank you. Said, I do not care if you make this a segment, but I want you to watch this. This is a Sonic-related Chud content. I even left a timestamp for the best part. Unfortunately, Slashy, I probably won't be able to watch this now if it's like a full segment.
If you're a Sonic.
Like, yeah. But I might cover this. I don't trust the Sonic franchise. Sonic movies are ruined by the woke. Bro, on to nothing. Ooh, the woke is ruining Sonic. Never cook again. What does black characters have to do with side plot and movie too, dude? No way you made this whole video and thought to yourself, yeah, people are gonna 100% take me seriously when I talk about wokeness and Sonic the Hedgehog. Bro is not cooking. Bro is getting banned from cooking school with this one. Diversity is forced into Sonic, so we're just gonna act like Sonic Unleashed isn't a thing or what? Wasn't expecting to see actual racism in a Sonic video. 1402, timestamp. Oh my yap, bro saw more than one black person in a movie and died. Like, I understand maybe not liking the humans, I get it, but saying, duh, 2 black women must be DEI. Like, please shut the fuck up, bro. Do we all remember that one bit from the Sad X manual where it says the only thing Sonic hates is oppression? Oh, no reason, I was just reminded of it. Bro's brain stopped developing 2 years ago. Or 6 years ago, my bad. The franchise, or the wedding scene had nothing to do with diversity. It was to introduce Gun. The wedding was a sham from the jump if you did not realize the late you didn't pay attention to the movie or the Sonic franchise. Yeah, wasn't the husband, or the fiance I should say, literally an undercover agent and the wedding gets ruined? After he gets exposed? I don't remember the movie too well, but yeah. Bro's getting his cutlery taken away after this. He is not allowed to cook. Yeah, Sonic is woke, though. Make no mistake. Sonic is woke because he can outrun oppression. And as we know, in real life, oppression is the fastest there is. Slashy says it's just 2 minutes. No, I'm going to end up covering that probably as like a segment. Like, it's not... No, Slashy, I'm going to cover that as a segment like tomorrow. Like, if I'm going to talk about like some weirdo saying Sonic is woke, that's going to be a whole ass segment, homie. Like, that's not going to be its own little like meme stunlock thing. That's going to be... That's its own segment. We're covering... I'm putting it on the list, actually. I want you to know. It's getting covered tomorrow. Let me extend my writing area on the scroll. I can't spoil myself on it if I'm going to do a segment. Actually, definitely post that link in the stream recommendations section as well, just in case I lose the link to it. Sonic is woke now. There we go. Very nice. I got it ready. It's on the list for tomorrow. I hope you pre-watch it. It is only like 5 minutes of the video, but trust me, those 5 minutes, I'm gonna have a lot to say about it. I overestimated how much of the video it was. It's only like 5 minutes. I get it, Slashy. It's okay. It's okay. Like, that video segment, I would watch it now because you donated it, but it's so good of an idea to cover. I want to make it a dedicated video, but I've already got tonight booked, so I can't do it now. Otherwise, I take away from the segment's quality if I say do it tomorrow again. I've already seen it. I've already made the argument, so it's going to be not as good. So I'm just going to save it for tomorrow. We're going to cover it tomorrow. It's going to be its own video uploaded, and it's going to be funny. It's going to be good. I have a lot to say about 5 minutes of a dude calling Sonic woke, okay? Trust me, I've got plenty to say. It would take a while. So I'm not ignoring it, I promise you. And I appreciate the donation. I just want to give that particular video the effort it deserves. Your recommendation of a video was too good. You recommended too good of an idea of a video. That is what you did. You excelled with your video recommendation. You found a weirdo on the internet getting lambasted for calling Sonic woke. You found gold, okay? And gold has to be treated properly. I can't just harvest it with a shovel, you know. We gotta get a dig team tomorrow. We gotta go in with like the proper equipment, and we gotta refine that shit into pure 48 karat platinum gold, okay? Like just a dwarf horde. It's gonna be amazing. Zan, what would you do if you learned there was a cure for being straight? Oh, are we assuming here that, like, bisexuality is actually the correct, like, default, and that straightness is a disease? That would be a really neat, like, sci-fi story. One in which, like, eventually scientists discover that heterosexuality is a flaw in human evolution, and that... I heard an odd noise that sounded like a thing in my room. Like a person or something. But there's nothing here. Well, I've got my loaded and chambered gun on my desk, so if anything comes at me, I'm gonna see it coming, and it's gonna get my... Well, it's not gonna get me, I'm gonna get it, actually. It sounds like some kind of goblin walking through my, like, walking behind me. You heard the worms talking, Xanderhall? I heard, like, a pitter-patter. Like, it sounded like... I don't want to freak you guys out or myself out. I'm not gonna lie. It sounded like the kind of noise that, like, a child running, like, for 4 steps in the room would make. Like, if there was a child in here, like, in the middle of the room behind me, like, maybe 6 steps back, just running 4 steps. It sounded like... just a quick little... Ugh. I know it's not my dog, because she's upstairs. It's just a hob, it won't hurt you. Just a little hobgoblin living in my house. Ghost? Yeah, maybe. Maybe it's a ghost. Listen, if ghosts are real, I want to see one, okay? I need to know. If I see a ghost, that changes everything, okay? If I ever see something that I know for a fact is, like, unnatural or supernatural or whatever it may be, I will absolutely... like, it'll change everything, dude. If I ever see that shit, like a legit ghost or a monster, that changes everything. For one, never living alone again. Never living alone again if I ever see like a shadow person in my room. Like if I turned around and there was just like the black outline of a guy's shadow just standing there in the corner, I would never be able to live alone again, okay? I don't care how many guns I have. I would have to move back in with my mom just to feel safe again, you know? Like, knowing that ghosts exist. That would... Step 1. Like, no more living... I'm moving in with my mom if ghosts are real, okay? Like, fuck that. I'm not living alone if I find out ghosts exist, okay? I don't believe in ghosts, but if they end up being proven real... Fuck that. I'm not living alone like I do now. That's true. If there was a shadow person, I wouldn't be living alone right then as well. Yeah, exactly. You have to ask if it's French. Oh, yeah, guys. What, should we do like a live Phasmophobia? Are you there? Are you there? Can you speak French? Are you gay? They'll answer that question, by the way, in Phasmophobia. If you ask them if they're gay, you'll get an answer of some kind. Usually no. I don't think I ever got a yes to that question. Dude, I love Phasmophobia. That game's cool. I haven't played it in so long, like years at this point. Is it still like going? Is it still chugging? I haven't followed it in a while, but I know they were adding new ghosts and new stuff. Like they update it around Halloween, so I'm guessing there's probably going to be a big update like this month because it's Halloween. It's October. It's about to be Halloween. It's as scary as ever. Nice. If I ever get enough money to choose anywhere to live, I'd make it a haunted house, and if I spot ghost shit, I stay living there and taunt them motherfuckers every night. I genuinely want to do that. Yeah, because, like, no one's ever died in a way that has to be ghosts, right? Like, unless they can drive you insane, like, oh, fuck, what's the name of the Stephen King book, where the guy rents gets the haunted hotel room, and he's, like, a skeptic, but... like he's actually a fraud that claims to be like this paranormal writer guy, but he actually encounters real shit, and he's like internally skeptical, doesn't believe in any of the shit, but publicly facing. 1408, thank you. I forgot the number. He goes in as a fraud who believes himself ghosts aren't real, but he's a liar and claims they are in his writings. He goes into room 1408. He does not come out. No one ever does. I have a plan to make 100K in 1 year. I hope it works out for you, KC. I hope you make 100K in a year. That sounds awesome. Well, actually, imagine the harm you could do to a billionaire as a ghost. That's true. It wasn't The Shining, no. You got me, the resident Stephen King fan in chat. I'm also a Stephen King fan. But my favorite of Stephen King's anything is The Dark Tower. The Dark Tower goes hard as fuck. I do hope one day we get, like, proper one-to-one adaptions of the Dark Tower books into movies, but I don't even know if there's, like, plans for that right now. Like, we're a long way out from that. It should be a show. It should be a show, actually. The Idris Elba movie was a sequel to the books, not a, adaptation. Absolutely hilarious, Lux. Zan, protecting the ultimate lolly horse material lover while criticizing Muda. Sad. You got me, dude. I love how haters of me these days... There's two sides of the people who hate me. There's the people who are mad at me because I stopped being friends with Vosh. And then there are the people that are mad at me because they think I'm friends with Vosh. And I honestly don't know if the people who are coming in and saying, like, why do you defend Vosh, actually think that, or if they're saying it to make people believe it. Because there's a good chance it's just trolls and stuff making accounts and claiming it so that, like, maybe someone who reads the chat will believe that. But it's so weird getting hate simultaneously for opposing things, like, that can't be true at once, right? It's interesting. It's definitely an unusual vibe, I suppose. Like, basically imagine if you were getting hate for... I don't know, throwing away a piece of litter, which you did, but then you were also getting hate for littering, which you didn't do. From different groups of people simultaneously. Very weird. Yeah, like I said, there wasn't really any bridge to burn over that whole thing because the bridge was effectively non-existent by the time it all happened. Like, you could actually argue that the timing was, like, an insanely lucky thing for me, and the fact that I'd already basically been dropped as, like, a friend in those circles after the Keffels thing, so months and months passed of me not having spoken to any of those people, like, at all, and then all that shit comes out, and my first interaction with them, at all, publicly or privately, and, like, is a minor disagreement with Vosh I want to debate him on, because he has a massive platform, and I don't want his platform falling for the anti-Biden stuff, and he has a meltdown. A genuine little baby rage meltdown over me calling him out. So, yeah. People on Vosh's sphere are mad at me, and then people who I guess don't know about the bridge having been burnt are also mad at me. Yeah, a minor disagreement. God damn it, Wingo. You're a poet. Everyone who picks a fight with Zan ends up turning out weird or evil. Not necessarily. Fuck, you're right, aren't you? Shit. God, it's so egomaniacal to agree with that statement, but it's true, like, objectively. Like actually, though. Fuck. Well, I guess do with that information what you will. Pepper221, thank you for the $5 e-dues. I appreciate it a lot. It means a ton. Thank you. Said, did someone say Sonic is woke? This is a real clip from the cartoon Sonic Boom. My nose do be itching, though. What about the people jealous of your looks? Apparently I look like Captain Sparkles, so, I guess there's people who wish they looked more like Captain Sparkles. You know why I look like Captain Sparkles, by the way, guys? Because my uncle really looks like Captain Sparkles. That's why. Like, my oldest uncle, who is the middle child in the family, he is less so now because he's gotten older, but particularly when he was, like, in his 30s, looked shockingly similar to Captain Sparkles. And I was always like, because I was just a kid, I was like, I'm not 100% sure he isn't secretly Captain Sparkles, you know what I mean? And so, probably the reason why I look like him is because my uncle really looks like him, and obviously I'm related to my uncle, right? He's the brother of my mom. Right after the scandal, SAI on stream with my friends that I didn't believe the Vosh thing because Xanderhall didn't call him out. Then like a month later, you completely reversed course. Very frustrating. What do you mean I reversed course? Also, why would you disagree on the contents of that folder because I hadn't called it out? Do not base your opinion on something around whether or not I have talked about it, for Christ's sakes. Were you defending what was in it without knowing what was there? Like, if you just didn't know what was in the folder, then that's understandable, but did you know it was in the folder and not have a problem with it because you thought I didn't have a problem with it? Just don't assume that because I haven't talked about something, it means there's nothing wrong with it. That's like beyond just saying, oh, you must not have an opinion on it because you haven't talked about it, to there must not be a problem with it because you don't have an opinion on it, seemingly. That's like levels beyond like the general assumption to acting on the general assumption in a way that you probably should not do. Not trying to gang up on you or anything. I'm just saying, like, don't assume something is okay because I haven't spoken on it or someone that you watch hasn't spoken on it.
All comes down to this one penalty kick. Can the young woman break the glass ceiling and prove once and for all that a female can be just as good an athlete as a male?
You know, Amy, anytime someone calls attention to the breaking of gender rules, it ultimately undermines the concept of gender equality by implying that this is an exception and not the status quo.
Oh, damn. He actually...
What? Just because I'm a meathead doesn't mean I'm not a feminist.
It all comes down...
That scene was actually fire, I'm not gonna lie. That was actually really good. That was some good humor. I wasn't expecting that. That was pretty top tier. Zan, future segment. Minuteman debunking a conspiracy theorist. 2-hour-long video should be the most recent video. That's very long. But I have been watching Minuteman stuff. I really like it. And yeah, he's gotten into... He's started to get like a little bit into talking with left-leaning creators. Like he went on Destiny's podcast recently to talk about like right-wing misinfo and how it's become so pervasive and how the internet has created this era of optional reality where like people just choose what they want to believe is true of science, history, math, just reality in general. It's become like choose what you want to believe the world is, you know? So yeah, he's gotten to that point already. Neat. Yeah, no, he's very explicitly recognized that this is a conservative trend in normalizing everything from the idea that like aliens built the pyramids to the idea that the earth is flat and we never land on the moon, right? Like all these conspiracies, including like JQ stuff, Great Replacement, they all tie together in a conservative movement of misinformation and optional reality. Yeah. Really good stuff Mini Minuteman makes. He's getting in there. Anyway. Yo, Cleaver120, thank you for the 5 Tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Very based in Pog of you. Says, gifted to Pinata. Is it Pinatas or is it Pinatas? Because there's no accent on the N there, and I think there's supposed to be, I think the N in Pinatas is an Enye, right? It's got like a little squiggly line over it. So I don't know if it's Pinatas or if it's Pinatas. But I will hope it's Pinatas, because that I just assume you forgot the Enye. Anyway, thank you. I appreciate it. Mr. Boone, thank you. Or not thank you. I hope you appreciate the gifted subs. Same goes for Activity AG, Werewolf Jester, and DoodleCat606. Thank you. I appreciate it. I do appreciate it a lot. Thank you. And yeah, thank you so much, Cleaver120. I hope they do as well. It says 2 weeks ago, and I haven't finished until today, one of my favorite actors from Supernatural said to vote. Oh, is it Misha Collins?
Hi.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. The actor who plays Castiel in Supernatural is like super progressive and woke. He's like based as fuck.
Get 2 free tickets to a Supernatural convention and flights to attend and a free hotel room and a signed DVD.
It's really funny because, you know how, like, I don't know how many of you guys have seen Supernatural, so to those who haven't, this will make no sense, but if you have, people have always, like, there's been this, like, community of, like, shipping Dean Winchester and Castiel as, like, a gay couple, particularly the idea that Castiel is in love with Dean, which they fully confirm, essentially, towards the end of the show. But through the entire run of the show, and even after the fact, the actor who plays Dean, Jensen Ackles, he's definitely a little right-leaning, a little chuddy. He gets visibly uncomfortable at even the mention of the shipping of the character of Castiel and Dean. Still can't believe Castiel admits he's gay, then immediately is sent to super hell. Yeah. Yeah, there was definitely a way to look at it, but in context, that's definitely not the... That's definitely not the vibe they're going for. Is like, oh, he's gay, so he goes to super hell. It's more like he's going to super hell, so he admits his feelings before he does. And then he gets out, but we don't see it happen, which is also a flaw of the finale. Sorry for spoiling.
DVD box set and a signed script and tea with me to discuss whatever matters might be on your mind. Well, you can have all of that, or a chance at all of that, if you just click on the link and make sure you're good to go to vote. So it's very simple.
What I love about this too is it is obviously illegal to give like prizes for voting for a certain candidate, but what I found is that typically 99.9% of the time, if a celebrity or public figure just simply encourages people to register to vote, this is almost always a progressive endorsement. Republicans don't want people voting. They want as few people as possible voting, so no Republican, besides like Trump to his supporters talking specifically about him, would tell their fans to go vote. Because chances are, if you tell a large portion of people to go vote, and they do when they otherwise wouldn't, more of them are going to be Democrat voters than Republicans. And so for people like Taylor Swift, Misha Collins, or any of these big celebrities, a lot of them don't even have to say, vote for Kamala Harris. They just have to tell you to vote or to register to vote. And the fact that you're in favor of that or for that, it's almost exclusively a call for progressives to vote. Left-leaning Democrat voting people are the ones who vote less and have less voter participation than Republicans, so encouraging it is obviously going to get more Dems to the polls. And on top of that, all the Republicans were already going to vote too. Like, they're already going to fall in line with Trump. So it's pretty important stuff. Just simply encouraging people to register to vote. Simply that means more Democrat voters because more people vote Democrat. We really lose a lot of elections due to lack of voter participation. Voter turnout in America is actually surprisingly low as a whole. Like, there's a surprising amount of people that just never vote, like as a proportion of the country's population. We have pretty low participation. I mean, it's high, but it's also pretty low. Like, there should be more.
And you'll be entered to win this enormous Supernatural pack. Worth, I mean, you could say it's worth many thousands of dollars, but truly it's invaluable because it will be a life-changing experience. Check to make sure you're good to go to vote, and then I'll really look forward to having tea with you. And think about what you.
I'm already registered to vote, so I guess I can't really. Well, damn. If I wasn't registered to vote, if I was like 18 or something, like freshly 18, I could have clicked the link, registered to vote, and I'd be able to get a thingy. But I already am. I don't think I can re-register, right? Like, I don't think it works that way. I don't think you have to renew it every election. I think it's like, do you? I think there's like a certain amount of time where you have to renew it, but I haven't been like voting age long enough to reach that point. I don't think. And when I checked his channel before watching this video, Misha said a few months ago to vote Biden because Trump is worse. Oh, yeah. I mean, he's been very publicly anti-Trump since Trump has been, like, a known person in politics, yeah. Misha Collins is very progressive, but leading up to the election, all these celebrities need to do is just encourage people broadly to register to vote, period. And the goal has been achieved. Republicans want less people voting, so encouraging people to vote is just by default, you're going against them. Oh, yeah, change of address. I get that, yeah. Yeah, I definitely don't have that. I got plenty of time. This address is still pretty fresh. You register when you update your driver's license, and when you move. Well, in the case of me, I don't have a driver's license, so it's just my ID, but yeah. You know who is an absolute grifter? Jill Stein, yeah. And you know who else is an even bigger grifter, I would actually argue? Tulsi Gabbard, dude. Holy fucking shit, bro. Oh my god. Tulsi is one of the most notorious, I feel like should go down in history as one of the biggest grifters to ever enter the world of politics. Jill Stein sucks too, but man, Tulsi, if you guys don't remember, man, she went from the, like, golden child of populist progressives and socialists online to a full-on Tucker Carlson friend, Republican, Fox News, like, psychopath. She was basically the ideal candidate of shoe-on-head and people like her, and, like, who have politics like hers, and then immediately came out, like, after the primaries as just a Republican, just a full-on fascistic Republican, anti-trans, on Fox News, friends with Tucker, went fully conservative. Yeah, followed the money, hard. Tucker Carlson actually called this out really effectively a long time ago. This is back before Tucker Carlson like fell to the money pit. Tucker Carlson debunks populists. Let me see if I can find it. Ah, it's so... Tucker Carlson debunks himself. Young Tucker Carlson debunks himself. You will not tell me this is lost media. No, it is not lost media. This exists. Fuck yourself, Google. I'm finding this. Dude, really? Really, Google? The rest of the results may not be what you're looking for. See more anyway? Why the fuck do you have to click that after the first 3 rows of Google search results with Google Images? Like, why? Why do they do that? Like, what is with Google being as bad as it can possibly be with every new update? Like, let's just make it so you get less results. And not only that, but the results are less related to what you're looking for, you know? Could this be it? Wow, this video is fucking buried, dog. Holy shit. How the fuck do I even know this video exists? I feel insane when this happens, because it'll be like one of the most, like, perfect examples of a clip that I want to show you guys that could be feasible. And I've seen it. And the second I try to bring it up on stream, it doesn't exist anymore. Is it this? You might have found it. Let me see.
Your special report tonight, which is about journalism and lies. It's about defamation.
No, it's very old, guys. It's young Tucker Carlson.
Another quote from your book.
Oh, is this it? I think you found it. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is it. Yeah, we're talking young Tucker Carlson, okay? Back before he fell into the grift sphere. I think this is it.
Bill O'Reilly's success is built on the perception that he really is who he claims to be. If he ever gets caught out of character, it's over.
That's right.
That was Tucker Swanson.
Oh my fucking god, just show the full fucking original clip! Fuck! God! Every time you can find something like this, it's always only ever preserved in the form of someone else covering it. No one ever feels the need to take a clip like this that is so damning on its own and just upload it somewhere to give it a good title with some good SEO and a decent thumbnail so it can be found on its own and used as a point that can be linked to. Why is there a million raw videos of SJW meltdowns on YouTube? And yet Tucker Carlson, the largest political pundit in the world for a while, debunking himself and exposing himself as a grifter back in the day, fucking buried, dude. Only place you can find it is in these YouTubers' videos. It's, God. I'm sorry, I had to rant about that. That shit pisses me off so much, and it's like the billionth time it's happened. Where I have to, like, sew together the original clip from commentary of another channel. All right, here we go. Hopefully we can get the actual video.
That was Tucker Swanson, Mixed News Hope to Hear.
He's more talented than I am. You know, he's got a lot more viewers than I do. He's a better communicator than I am. But I think there's kind of a deep phoniness at the center of his shtick. And again, as I say, the shtick is sort of built on this perception that he is the character he plays. He is every man. This kind of he's not right wing. He's a populist. This kind of Irish Catholic populist fighting for you against the powers that be. And that's great as a shtick. But I'm just saying, the moment that it's revealed not to be true, it's over. The moment he gets caught, you know, slapping a flight attendant on the Concorde for not bringing his champagne fast enough, or barking at, you know, one of his subordinates to take the, you know, brown M&Ms out of my bowl and get me a bottle of Evian, or something like that. The second that makes page 6, it's over, right? Because the whole thing is predicated on the fact that he is who he says he is. And
this is Tucker explicitly, before he followed the money into the, like, grift hole, explicitly calling out the Bill O'Reilly, who was like the original Tucker Carlson, ironically, and his fake populist, fake working man, working class, everyman character he played that was so effective in convincing so many people that he spoke for them and represented them, and thus brought him such massive ratings. So when Tucker was a much smaller, more humble, you know, not following the money guy, at least at this point, he was willing to call that out, you know, blatantly for what it was. Though he seems to have learned from it and has basically followed those footsteps and become the next Bill O'Reilly. I've seen bots able to spam the N-word hard R on Penguin's vids, but I can't say dick. Yeah, YouTube is really, like, awful. If you're hating YouTube chat, by the way, which I also hate, then come to the website. The chat you see on screen right now is not YouTube chat, and I rarely even look at it or read it because YouTube chat is, you know, full of bots spamming the N-word oftentimes, and you know, it's just annoying. And so my website chat, far easier to maintain. It's the chat I read. It's where, like, you don't have to deal with psychos, really. So yeah, pretty pog.
Just nobody is that person, especially not someone who makes $1 million, you know, or many millions a year.
So Tucker calls himself out in the future. Very funny stuff. At least we were able to find, like, kind of the video, but also not really, because, like I said, you wouldn't be able to find that raw video on its own very easily. I can't. I'm still looking to, like, maybe link it to you guys, but, I mean, yeah, nothing comes up. I had to get it linked to me. I don't even know how the person who found that link got it, you know? Who found that? Who sent that, actually? Slashy. Good work, Slashy. You found that shit. Good stuff. Good memes. All right, chat, really fast. I'm going to take a break to use the restroom, but first I'm going to read some this dono we just got, because I don't want to miss it. I don't want to not give it credit. Fish Food, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Very kind of you. It means a lot. It said, hey man, love your content. I'm more middle, right, center of politics, but I've gotten really tired of the online conservative grifting. I'm completely fine with that. I honestly do think that if you're a conservative online right now and you're like, I may not agree with everything that you believe or whatever, but there's a chance that you might recognize that your beliefs are being weaponized, like, and turned into a money-making machine for people that don't give a fuck about what you actually believe. Like, they're pretending to agree with you, and they're churning out content pretending to agree with you just to make money. And they're taking it so far that it's starting to make, like, any form of conservative ideology look as crazy as theirs. And so if I were a conservative online right now, I would feel like I'm like kind of pissed or getting used or getting like kind of fucked over by these grifters that are taking the ideas of conservative politics and flanderizing them and over-exaggerating and hyperbolizing them to make money, you know? And if you're like someone online who's a conservative or like somewhat center-right leaning, you're probably not a big fan of that because you don't really have any say in the fact that they are making you seem associated with that, you know? So yeah, I'm glad you appreciate my content. You know, a bit of a reminder that like my content has an appeal outside of like the left, you know? Because I do worry about like the you know, echo chamber effect. That's why I hate it. I'm tired of my ideas being used to make money and from people who don't believe what they say. Exactly. That's what's so frustrating about it too. When you deal with the conservative pundits, oftentimes you can tell they don't really believe what they're saying, or if they do believe their fundamental like core like ideas, the arguments are very like blatantly dishonest. And if I, as a conservative, if I recognize the dishonesty, I'm going to be like, yo, why are you arguing for my beliefs like that? Why can't you engage in good faith? Like, you're making us look bad. Anyway, yeah, thank you for the support. It really means a lot. I appreciate it a ton, Fish Food. Welcome to the community. I hope you enjoy your stay. All right, let me bring up the next segment for you guys. But first, I need to use the restroom really fast. Unfortunately, I'm a slave to my bodily needs. So I'm going to use the restroom really fast, and I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be resuming with a juicer topic right after my restroom break, and I am excited to see you guys again after. So stay around, stick around, stay tuned. Meme and chat. I'll be back in a moment. I have returned, and my bladder is empty. I feel so good now, like a new man, reborn, if you will. Yes, I have returned. I am back. I really don't want to start the watch party too late, so let's get to this next segment really fast and not let things get too long, you know? All right. All right, everyone. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, guys. Have you guys ever asked yourself the question, how does a beloved celebrity find themselves disgraced and seen by the general public that once loved them as an insane, fallen-off conspiracy theorist weirdo? How does that happen? Well, I don't necessarily have a line of steps that are guaranteed 100% true in every case where this does occur, but I can tell you the story of Roseanne Barr. If you guys have been in any way like tuned in on politics over the years, then you probably recognize this story and headline from back, God, when was this? Is there a date attached to this article? 2018. Roseanne canceled after Star's racist tweets. ABC has canceled Roseanne Tuesday morning after the show's lead, Roseanne Barr, led off a series of racist tweets the night prior. You know, you got to be like a certain kind of famous person in that like realm of celebritydom that you are a sitcom and comedy like actor or actress, and you get a show named after your real name where you play a character with your real name. That is basically just you. Like, that is the kind of beloved that she was, you know what I mean? Like, like on the level of Bill Cosby, honestly, because the Cosby Show, named after Bill Cosby's sitcom, where he's just so known and beloved, he gets to carry his actor name into the character and the story, you know? It's a bit like that, right? Where, like, Roseanne was very well liked. Like, she's known, right? In the 1980s and 1990s, Roseanne Barr was leftist. I wasn't aware of that, but what I can tell you is the tweet included a comment referring to former Obama aide Valerie Jarrett as the offspring of the Muslim Brotherhood and Planet of the Apes. I honestly didn't even know what the racist tweet was. I just knew it was so bad it canceled her, and that her excuse for it was that she was on SSRIs and they, like, inhibited her judgment and behavior. Like, that I didn't even know what the tweet was. That is really explicit. That is not like, the SSRIs made me loopy and I worded a thing badly. That's just explicit, man. Barr apologized to Jarrett on Twitter Tuesday morning and announced that she would be leaving the social media platform. However, shortly after the apology, Roseanne consulting producer Wanda Sykes tweeted she would not be returning to the show, and ABC president Channing Dungey announced in a statement a condemnation of Barr's tweets, as well as news of the network's decision to cancel the show. The show had previously been renewed for another season, and that revival finished its first season as the #1 scripted primetime television show in the 18 to 49 age range. It was a big show. She was a big figure. Here are some of the replies on the story from 2018 for an idea of what the stuff was like back then. Ever heard of freedom of speech? The top-rated show on television shouldn't be canceled because what was done on her own personal time. America needs to get over their sensitive racist opinions and not cancel a great show because someone's feelings got hurt. Suck it up. Everyone has a right to their own beliefs. Don't punish everyone who enjoys the show because you need social media to validate your worth. If you know you're not an ape, quote-unquote, that's all that should matter. Hashtag go get Roseanne back. Yeah, and there's the replies now go into modern day, so it goes on for a while. But I love that that's the top reply from the time to give you an idea of where people's minds were back then. When I emphasize that, like, 2016 or 2014 to like 2018 during the Gamergate era was so racist across the board online, like everyone was so far right that if you criticized someone saying that a black person was the combination of the Muslim Brotherhood and Planet of the Apes, if you tweet that and someone calls it racist or you receive any like social pushback for it or anything, people will say, ever heard of freedom of speech? And America needs to get over their sensitive racist opinions, implying that it is racist to have fired her for saying something racist because, of course, being opposed to racism is being opposed to white people, according to people like this, which, you know, I feel like there's a message there, but, you know. Anyway, that said, so where's Roseanne today? This happened back in 2018. This was a while ago. Where is she now? Well, over the course of the last years, she has proceeded to get crazier and crazier and more far right. And I mean far right. Even if you're right-leaning, you're probably not going to agree with the things she says here. And ironically, considering we were just dunking on Tucker Carlson, it's really funny that that's who she's speaking to and doing an interview with here. She's on like a conservative like speaking event, by the way. And this is very recent, like a week ago, I think is when this happened. Pardon the blurriness. I know this looks like a 40-year-old clip with how low res it is, but this is very much recent, and obviously right now she's referencing the Haitian immigrants eating dogs and cats conspiracy that has since been admittedly a lie by Vance and Trump and whatnot. They've admitted it was a lie now, so that we don't really need to like engage with that anymore. It's currently being buried and long forgotten and, you know, amnesia'd out of the political mindset and memory, so that we don't want to have anyone remembering how the right keeps on lying blatantly and getting proven wrong. We got to bury that and just make sure everyone forgets that by the time it's time to go to the polls, right? But this is before that, when they were still on that shit. So here is Roseanne adding her piece to the discussion on Haitian immigrants supposedly eating people's pets. Enjoy this absolute insanity.
You know they eat babies. That is not bullshit. It's true.
So it's not just the dogs and the cats, not just the pets.
It's not just the dogs and the cats. They're full-on vampires. And everybody still thinks I'm crazy, but I'm not crazy. They're full-on vampires. They love the taste of human flesh.
I assure you, the little gay boys online absolutely love that she is calling the left this, by the way. I know countless people in the LGBT community who would hear this and be like, I mean, if you want to say that, sure. I mean, yeah, based. Yeah. Now, you think I'm a vampire? Sure, yeah, let's go. I know plenty of people who would just have that response. Be like, okay, yeah, no problem with this.
And they drink human blood. They do by the...
Guys. Kino alert. DLC Fun Shadow Raven, please tell me it's him. Zan, you are Class A trash. I know what you did. I know. Stooping low to make false allegations now. Also, your hate organization encouraging to steal videos now. You hit a real low. Your hate organization encouraging to steal videos now. Yes, I'm still banned, lol. I'm only here to tell you you are trash. Moment of sanity is trash. Your entire organization the two of you have formed against the anti-woke are trash. Yeah, I'm here. Yes, I'm Shadow Raven Studios. Shadow Raven Studios, I need you to know, I am so disappointed in you for being a lolicon. You were genuine top-tier gold content that I would have farmed for years, okay? We could have been, like, we could have been something glorious. I could have brought you on stream like every fucking week. We could have had like an argument where I bully you and call you retarded and you whine and cry and fail to make an argument. It could have been peak content. It could have been years of farming, okay? And then you had to go and upload a video where you're jacking off and moaning into your mic over lolly porn and just ruin all of it. You had to take it from, funny, like, ridiculous guy on the internet that's just kind of a weirdo and cringe. I can make fun of him and humiliate him for views, and it can be fun, you know? Like, people love it. To, okay, well, this guy's actually possibly dangerous to children. I can't platform him in good faith, and I can't make a joke out of this guy because it's not a joke, the actual harm anymore, you know? He's not just a small chud YouTuber complaining about wokeness and, like, Fallout mods. Now it seems he's a bit more than that based on what has leaked. So, yeah, man, I'm really disappointed in you. I really wish you could have just, like, not been like that because, goddamn, you really are just something else. An absolutely spectacular creature if it weren't for that one little thing. That one little problem that changes everything.
Time we go in to vote for Trump, that he will open up everybody's eyes and they will stop pretending to be asleep. You know what they say, you can't wake people up that are pretending to be asleep, but I pray to God, please wake up even those who are pretending to be asleep with the irrefutable truth of what the worst people...
It's so good because we have the leaked, because not even leaked, it's because of court documents that released of Tucker's private text messages. We know Tucker doesn't believe any of this shit. He's a full-on grifter, and of course he's debunked his current grifter persona as a younger man. You know, he debunked his future self without realizing it. You know that he internally is just like, oh my fucking God right now. Like, he is just internally bewildered and confused and scared and just wondering how he's going to work with this, you know? But externally, he has to look like he's in agreement, particularly because if you listen closely, the crowd is cheering and clapping in response to what Roseanne is saying. I'll give my commentary more at the end of the at the end of the clip.
On this planet are really up to. They are really up to that. They're doing it. There are so many victims. There are so many victims.
Okay. She goes on like that for a while, I suppose, so the video kind of cuts it there. But regardless, I want to give some commentary on this, all right? Roseanne Barr, all right, here's my big segment that gets me accused of, like, ableism or something, but, you know, we're treating the topic with due respect. Mental illness and non-neurotypicality is actually kind of a misnomer in the way that people think about it. When you hear of these things, you think it must be a rare abnormality, right? When in reality, it seems, based on the research that I've done, especially statistically, a lot more people than you would expect fall under the umbrella of mental illness. And what could be considered mental illness ranges from absolutely innocuous and barely impacting of one's life to, at most, it could only harm the person who deals with it, to, in most extreme cases, or in the most extreme cases, I should say, it could be harmful to others as well, right? To themselves and others. There are a lot of people who are that last tier of extreme, dangerous mental illness who are completely undiagnosed and untreated and no therapy, that's for sure, as well. And it feels as though Facebook conspiracy boomer shit, the hardcore, sycophantic, I defend Trump and vote for him and support him no matter what mindset, and all the other shit that's followed it, starts and is fundamentally rooted in people like this, who are truly mentally ill, and with every fiber of their deranged being, believe the insane shit they say. Roseanne Barr is one of them. And I need to emphasize the danger of people like this, people who are either fully with it and lie and play a character that acts this way to appeal to people who are crazy enough to believe this stuff, or the people who genuinely believe it and spread it to others. This is violent rhetoric. There is no more violent rhetoric that you can spread, besides, I guess, outright calling for violence explicitly and explaining step by step what you want to happen, than to say this broad group of people are literal monsters, fictional monsters that don't exist, that are murdering your children. And that these are non-humans murdering children that live in society. And mind you, like, people who with schizophrenia can be convinced into believing this stuff. I don't know if you're aware. I've heard people on the left use this term incorrectly to my very much dislike. Have you guys ever heard of the term gang stalking or heard of the gang stalking subreddit? It is a place where schizophrenics gather to post about how, for example, they are not fooled by the fact that everybody in a red car is following them. And they make posts showing pictures of red cars they've seen and how they know something is up because all these cars are red. They're not stupid. They know something's going on. And obviously it's a community where people of like mind feed into each other's delusions. And if you try to go in there and act as like a normal person saying, hey, listen, people in red cars are not like following you and trying to ruin your life. This is not happening. You have mental illness. If you go in there and say that, they ban you. It is a strong echo chamber. You must be fully in favor of these people's mental illness in order to be allowed on the platform to post anything on that subreddit. And there are other forums and stuff that is related to that as well. And so there is communities online centered around this idea, and they feed into each other, and it's the same phenomenon happening here with Roseanne and, you know, other people like Kanye as well, who are genuinely mentally ill people who are not in a place of medication or therapy where they are capable of recognizing that what they're saying and advocating for is dangerous and insane. people are going to call me, I mean, maybe. I wouldn't be surprised if they do, at least. People are going to call me ableist for this take, I'm sure, in the comments and whatnot, but I'm being very genuine here. There's no dehumanization that I'm pushing for. Normal, neurotypical people are not going to hear this and think anything of it. They're going to laugh at it at most. But the people who are the most likely to believe on this information, or believe this information, are the most likely to act on this information. And that is why these calls to violence, whether it be explicit or dog whistled like this, have been so effective over the years. It's why, like, the Christchurch shooting happened. It's why the Unite the Right rally killings happen. It's why go down the list of far-right terrorism ends up happening and has a tie to parasocial relationships and stochastic terrorism. It's why stochastic terrorism works so well on the right. So much of this far-right conspiracy stuff is fueled by mental illness, and all you have to do is plant the seeds to make violence happen in those that are already mentally ill and predisposed to this belief and to acting on these beliefs. Listen, I would not... Another nerd 64 said, I love using Chud terms against them. I know we shouldn't call them mentally ill or snowflakes because that perpetuates a cycle of inflammatory language and unproductive conversations. But it is so funny. It is really funny, so IDK, or IDC. I need you to understand that, like, the modern trend of conservatism online right now is not an honest argument that you can be productive with. Like, half of it is just trying to goad you into having an angry response so they can say, oh, look, I triggered them, I win. You know, like, when that is the level of discourse that we're having right now, and the other half of it is like calls for violence, like from Roseanne here, sitting next to one of the most influential conservative political pundits in the fucking country, it's different, okay? Like, that is... The reason why it's so dangerous is because the people who are most likely to act on it are most likely to believe it, you know? The mental deterioration be real when it comes to boomer Trump voters? Yeah, man. It's fucking something, dude. It's weird. I consider myself mentally ill, and yet my horrific experiences made me more empathetic, so I don't know. Yeah, it's not talking about you. Like I said at the start, the category of mental illness is a massive umbrella that ranges from people who have very little, life effect in their, like, atypicality in terms of their brain health and whatnot. And there are people who are at most dangerous to themselves in the worst case scenario, and there are people who at most in the worst case scenario are danger to others. And that group is what I'm talking about right now. The far-right mental illness is one of never accepting they have any mental issues. Yeah. Of course, you have to remember, a lot of conservatives are fundamentally opposed to therapy as well. There's that, like, famous Keemstar tweet saying therapy is a scam, just drink a beer and you'll be fine, depression isn't real. It's a very common conservative mindset, is that, like, therapy is a scam and there is no such thing as mental health or mental health professionals. It's all just a racket, right? And that's why, more often than not, you'll find... It's a really interesting dichotomy, because on one hand, the online left, or the left in general, is more accepting of people who are not neurotypical, while on the other hand, the right champions behaviors and enforces behaviors that people who don't want to acknowledge and address mental problems they may have that are like an issue, it encourages and enables rather than encourages a healthy way of coping and dealing with your mental state, you know? Like, the left is like, get therapy, go on medication, listen to medical professionals, get help, talk to people, while the right is like, no, this is what's happening, and enables it, right? So there's mental illness on both sides, but it takes two very different forms, you know what I mean? Does that make sense? Am I like on the mark here, do you guys feel? Or am I just talking out my ass? Well said. I'd think so. I believe so, Zan. Yeah, that's kind of that's the dichotomy I have noticed over the years in my time in politics. Make sense to me? Hell yeah. Well, anyway, If you enjoyed this segment and thought I made some good points, or even found it entertaining, please consider leaving a like. Every thumbs up really does go a long way to help the channel and the algorithm, and it really means a lot to me personally as well, so thank you, thank you, thank you. And of course, comment down below for a similar effect, and subscribe and ring the bell icon if you haven't already to turn on all notifications so YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video. And of course, if you want to see more from me on other platforms, follow my social medias, which are all linked down below in the description, of course. And if you want to join my fan Discord, the main hub of my community, and where after this very stream, I'm hosting a watch party, possibly the last one, depending on attendance. We're doing sort of a democratic vote thing, based on like a vote being like coming to the watch party to see if there's really desire for them to continue. But if they do, you definitely want to be a part of the watch party or a part of the Discord because I host events there. I also announce all my new uploads and streams, too, so you don't want to miss that either. So make sure to hop on in, and if you want to support me directly and you've got the money for it and don't need it for anything else, consider supporting me directly and keeping the roof above my head and the lights on over here at the Xander Hall studio by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or the Streamlabs link down below to buy merch if you feel like it. But regardless of how you support the channel, thank you for watching. It has been great having you here, and have a good one. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out really good. I feel like that was a solid one. I feel like I found a really good video to cover there too, with that Roseanne clip. I owe you $5, Popcorn is Life? Why do I owe you $5? Did I lose a bet? I just realized my snowflake comment is going to be immortalized forever in a YouTube video. Like scared face. It's all good. I don't think it's gonna be a problem. Don't worry, another nerd. I used to be super against therapy, at least for myself, and definitely against meds. Hunter Avalone was the one that convinced me that SSRIs were even a legitimate option. I've been on Wellbutrin for almost a month now, and I think I'm starting to get better now. Hell yeah, I'm happy for you. Yeah, Hunter Avalone's based. I'm pretty certain me and Hunter Avalone are still on good terms, because last thing I heard was that Holly and Hunter, who I'm pretty sure, I'm definitely still friends with Holly, because I talked to Holly somewhat recently, and I'm pretty certain I'm still friends with Hunter. They want to play Zomboid with me, and I want to set up a Zomboid server for all of my like friends to play on once they update it. If you guys don't know, Project Zomboid, best zombie game in the world, it's about to get a big fucking update. Possibly the biggest or second biggest in the game's history. Unless you count the update where they made the game like the isometric art style it is today as like a bigger one. I suppose you could consider that larger, but content-wise, it's going to be like the biggest update the game's ever gotten. It's going to be a different game afterwards, so I am waiting for that to come out before I play Zomboid again, but when it does, I'm there day one, okay? Day one. Zan, if you want to watch someone whose whole purpose is to basically debunk pro-Confederate and their lost cause, is Aunt Shay Films. Huh. Okay, I might look into that stuff. Alright, let me get the next and final segment of the stream set up really fast. Oh man, Google is so explicit with how they have, like, purposefully made the search algorithm worse. It's actually wild. We did a whole segment about the leaked story, by the way. An insider at Google years ago leaked the exact reason why Google search sucks so much now. It's because Google's search engine, including like just searching on Google and YouTube, which is also owned by Google, got too good. Like, it got too good. When you would search for something, you basically could just put in a couple words that were relatively related, and Google almost certainly knew what you were looking for and gave you the best results at the top, and generally sorted the related results based on traffic, like real person traffic, and so, like, Google is really good. Problem is, because of the quality, And because Google makes money off of the amount of time you spend searching things, because some results are ads or sponsored results that Google makes money off of people seeing, the faster you find what you're looking for, the less money Google makes per person. And they realized this and had a code red at Google where they called an emergency meeting over a 5% decrease in income through ad money they were getting from the search algorithm. And it was a big emergency. They were making 5% less through that particular method. So they immediately got to work downgrading the system. Like I did a whole segment reading the article about this, by the way. They did a whole segment, or they did a whole thing where they downgraded the system in order to make it worse, and how it is as we know it today, and getting worse, because as it gets worse, the longer individual people spend searching, the more ads they see and the more money they make. Even if they see a massive drop in users of Google, they're still making more money with a worse platform and worse quality features than they would be with more people and higher quality, because there is a certain diminishing returns in the market competitiveness area, where once you have a monopoly, you can actually make more money off of making your product worse and fucking over the consumer than by competing and having to outdo your competition. And that's what Google has, a strong monopoly where they will always have a user base enough that they can make infinitely more profits by not scalping you, what's the word for it? Price gouging you, basically. You know, giving you less and charging you more. The most asshole of all asshole design. True and true. All right, guys. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1... action. So this is going to be one of the more complicated topics I've discussed, and possibly one of the more controversial in terms of what opinion I have on it. But before I give my opinion on it, I just want to report all of the facts, because there's actually been a decent amount of misinformation going around that I don't really like. And I want to at least acknowledge what's true, what's false, and hopefully with all of that, you'll understand where my position is on this issue. And because there's been so many developments, even as of today, I kind of have to tell it as a bit of a chronological story. I know everything that's gone down. Don't worry. Don't spoil it. Don't tell me, oh, Zan, did you know? I know, okay? I'm going to tell this chronologically, okay? So here is what's gone down. You may be familiar with the fact that there has been talks of the October dockworker strike, that dockworkers all across the U.S., East and West Coast, would come together and strike over a list of concerns that I'll get to in a moment, and that doing so would be catastrophic for the U.S. economy, right? Like, I'm going to play a clip here that'll explain in depth how catastrophic it would be, but the reason why this is such big news and the fact that it was starting with such big news as of October 1st is the fact that if you go back, we're 32 days out from the election, or 31, like 30 at this point. Like, yeah, I think we're a day over 1 month out from the election right now. So with that in mind, or no, we're actually just a month out. Yeah, it's the 4th actually. So we are literally a month out from the election now. We are very much in the final stretch. Like, if there ever, the only time we will be even more in the final stretch is like the final week, like the final 2 weeks. Like, we're there now. There is no, okay, but the election's still a little away. No, we're there now. Like, it's a month away. We're there. So something like what you are about to hear described happening to the U.S. economy would definitely be concerning, because objectively speaking, as much as I hate to say this is the truth, it unfortunately is the truth. The majority of voters in America trust Trump more on 2 particular issues more than Kamala Harris. And I also hate to report to you guys that those 2 issues are some of, if not the highest polling issues in the entire election cycle. Immigration and front and foremost, the economy. The voters trust Trump overwhelmingly more than Kamala Harris on the economy. She gained a small lead, but this event, this dockworker strike, regardless how you feel about it, was objectively going to be a kill shot on Kamala Harris's campaign. This was going to lose her the election, especially if what the leader of the dockworker union, Harold Daggett, the guy who you are about to see a video of here and is sort of behind the strike, if he was right about the effect it would have if the dockworkers went on strike. So here's him explaining a couple years ago, I believe, or maybe it was months ago, what he intends to do with the strike and the kind of impact it'll have. Just want you to hear this before we get any deeper into it, okay? This is the guy who has kind of acted as the face of the dockworkers strike.
But today's world, it's changing into the future.
Wait, how does a union strike negatively affect Democrats? You're about to find out. This is the leader of the union, the person behind the strike, the face of the strike, explaining what the strike is going to do and what he plans to do.
But today's world, it's changing into the future. They're not making millions no more. They're making billions. And they're spending it fast as they make it. I want a piece of that for my men. Because when they made their most money was during COVID.
Not last week.
When my men had to go to work on those piers every single day, when everybody stayed home and went to work. Not my men. They died out there with the virus. We all got sick with the virus. We kept them going. From Canada to Maine to Texas, Great Lakes, Puerto Rico, now the Bahamas, everybody went to work during COVID. Nobody stayed home. Well,
there was a pretty substantial amount of staying, unless he just means in the dockworker industry. Is that true? Actually, because I'm pretty certain that can't be true, right? Like, the dockworkers couldn't have all been going to work and whatnot during COVID, because then one of the largest impacts on the supply chain and the economy during COVID wouldn't have happened. I don't know if that bit is true. It's not a big deal. It's just a small nitpick, but I actually don't think that little detail is true. Like, the drop in that essential labor is why the economy got so giga-fucked. I don't know. Anyway, they were very critical labor, and there was a drop in critical labor during COVID. People were getting laid off and or quitting because they didn't want to get sick. All frontline workers worked through COVID. Yes, but I'm telling you right now that it was not this overwhelming flood that you think, because the way that COVID fucked our economy, part of it was essential workers and essential labor becoming low manned. Like, there was low attendance for these jobs. Like, there was, our supply chain got fucked.
I want to be compensated for that.
He is making a good point here, by the way. I'm not disagreeing with what he's saying here. I just want to play the clip of what he says after, you know? Just a small nitpick on my part. It doesn't really relate to the rest of what I'm talking about here.
I'm not asking for the world. They know what I want. They know what I want. And if they don't, well, then I have to go into the street and we have to fight for what we rightfully deserve. These people today don't know what a strike is.
Right.
When my men hit the streets, from Maine to Texas, every single port will lock down. You know what's gonna happen? I'll tell you. First week.
This is the important part.
Be all over the news every night, boom, boom. Second week, guys who sell cars can't sell cars because the cars ain't coming in off the ships. They get laid off. Third week, malls start closing down. They can't get the goods from China. They can't sell clothes. They can't do this. Everything in the United States comes on a ship. They go out of business. Construction workers get laid off because the materials aren't coming in. The steel's not coming in. The lumber's not coming in. They lose their job. Everybody's hating the longshoremen now because now they realize how important our jobs are. Now I have the president screaming at me, I'm putting a Taft-Hartley on you. Go ahead. Taft-Hartley means I have to go back to work for 90 days. That's a cooling off period. Do you think when I go back for 90 days, those men are gonna go to work on that pier? It's going to cost the company's money to pay their salaries. Well, they went from 30 moves an hour maybe to 8. They're going to be like this. Who's going to win here in the long run? You're better off sitting down and let's get a contract and let's move on with this world. And in today's world, I'll cripple you. I will cripple you, and you have no idea what that means. Nobody does.
So, I've got a lot of thoughts on this, okay? Some people are jumping to immediately call this guy the most based person ever, particularly YouTube chatters. But there is a lot to take apart here. There's some things here I like and I kind of agree with, and there's a lot here that I need to call out. Because if you do just fully fall behind this guy, you're very clearly not a nuanced person. Oh yeah, you're laughing in response to me engaging in nuance. Enjoy the band, buddy. You're not going to fit in here, I promise. You're not the kind of person we want in this community. So, what he's describing here is what will happen to the entire U.S. economy if these workers go on strike. Within 2 weeks to 3 weeks, there will be countless people losing their jobs. It will cripple the U.S. economy, as he describes it, and inflation will be rocketed up. He even describes how the sitting Democrat president, recognizing what this will do to the U.S. economy and what it will do to the future of the party and its possibility of ever winning again, would try to stop it with a Taft-Hartley, which is basically like forcing them to work at least until the election is over so it can't impact the results, with like just an artificial destruction of the economy that's not really the president's fault. That's what he's essentially threatening to do here. And this has been in the works for a while and has had the nickname the October Surprise for a while now. That's been the term for it, the October Surprise, because it was going to surprise Kamala Harris, right? And I don't think that's necessarily the goal of this guy. There's been some conspiracies about his association with Trump. My mom even was talking about how this guy's like a buddies with Trump and a Trump supporter. It is not that simple. It is not actually true. Actually, this guy is not a Trump supporter, and there is no strong evidence that he is actually friendly with Trump or wants Trump to win. In fact, the Dockworker Association that he is the union he is the face of has donated. They have donated to Republicans. Okay, they have donated to Republicans. It's like $1,500 to Republicans they've donated, but they have donated tens of thousands, if not more, to the Democrats in campaign funding. And on top of that, this guy, while he has met with Trump, he's the leader of a union, and the leader of a union has to meet with the, at the time, sitting president to discuss like certain negotiations and whatnot. And he did speak positively of Trump, granted, but that is his job, right? That's expected, right? Like that's nothing that he has done in regards to Republicans or campaigning or policy-wise or dealing with politicians has been directly a biased overtly in favor of Trump, right? Like I want to be very clear about that because that narrative has been catching on strong, and I deep dived this shit. I saw it and low-key wanted it to be true. I was like, okay, what is this piece of shit doing? Planning on crippling the economy 30 days out from the election to win Trump the election. You're seeing photos of him with Trump, and you're seeing how like, oh, he apparently donated to Trump. Like you see all that, but then you dig deeper and you realize if those things are evidence for a favorability towards Trump, he is far more favorable towards the Democrats based on the same standard, right? So I'm correcting a little bit of liberal misinformation here, I guess it would be. I don't know else. There's also been claims that he has mob ties. I haven't dived super deep into this, but the narrative, and granted, take this narrative with a grain of salt, because it could be as true as the idea that this guy's like best buddies with Trump. The narrative is that he was charged and he had mob connections, like there was like a RICO charge or something, and the key witness that would have like incriminated him was found very like the same day or something that they were supposed to arrive in court, decomposing in a car trunk, and the charges were dropped. That is the claim. I didn't super deep dive into that, and frankly, I'm inclined to believe that's a little extreme to be true. That's at least hyperbole, I'm willing to bet. Like I don't necessarily believe that. He has like definitely like the mobster accent, you know, and he's wearing a gold chain and all, but like, you know, come on. Now this is a detail that is true about this guy in particular. This guy is extremely rich. He is playing up the working class, working man bit really hard, but he is extremely rich, to be very clear. As in, like, I think they found out his salary is upwards of $850K a year. And these sunglasses he's wearing are $1,800. I forget what the brand's called, but the sunglasses have been identified. It's a very expensive brand of sunglasses that goes about $1,800 per pair. And the gold chain is a real gold chain. He's also been seen driving very expensive cars. He's very much a member of the bourgeoisie. He is a very much 1%er wealthy motherfucker living a life far more wealthy and extravagant than you'll ever live, right? He's showing it off with, like, if you know the brands he's wearing, he's repping it, you know? And then there was also a discussion about the average income of dock workers in the U.S. because there was this narrative going around that U.S. dock worker average income. There was this narrative that the average dock worker's income was like $200K a year. Now, this is actually untrue. The real numbers are more like this. While the current top wage is around $81,000 a year annually, a report by the Waterfront Commission of New York Harbor indicated that about a third of local longshoremen earned $200K or more last year. However, the high earnings often come with grueling hours. Now, this is what is true. That generally, you're getting a top wage of around $81K a year. It's not horrible. It's not great. Depending on where you live, that's literally unlivable. Like, I don't think you can live off of $81K a year in, like, LA, for example, right? But there are some people working grueling hours who are getting the best of the best pay. Like, a third of those offshore workers or the dock workers are getting up to $200K a year, right? Or close to it. They're getting paid a lot of money, don't get me wrong, but it is grueling physical labor, and it does require training, and it is a job that makes the economy run. For the same reasons that strike, when it was being planned to happen, would have been catastrophic for... Listen, I'm all in favor of workers' rights. Workers need to be paid more. But if the strike would have won Trump the election, minorities would not have rights anymore. And frankly, the working class would never see rights again as a whole. Like, it wouldn't be even a class issue anymore. It's oh, well, sorry, the Dems lost. We never get to have rights again. Oops, yeah, no elections anymore either. Trump's making sure of that. You think, millions dead from preventable disease as well if Trump wins as well. He's defunding all public schools that require vaccinations. Millions of children will die. Their parents and grandparents will die as well because the children will be disease vectors. It is going to be a catastrophic, apocalyptic, mass death event within 4 years of Trump getting reelected if he won. So even though I'm in favor of, backing strikes, backing unions and stuff, the timing of this was, keyword was, going to be catastrophic, not just for the economic impact it was going to have on people, just like the union leader explained with the whole crippling of the economy thing 30 days out from the election, but also it was going to prevent the Dems from having realistically any chance of winning when Trump would get the biggest W in the world, whether it was intentional or not. That is the part of this that was true. The fact that even if this guy wasn't a Trump supporter, what this would have done, this strike, would have won Trump the election. It just would have. Is that kind of doomery to say? No. No, it is a statistical fact that right now the majority of voters trust Trump more on immigration and on the economy. These are the two highest concern polling things in the election. Like, they are the things that voters are the most concerned about. The economy and immigration are the two most important issues to voters, and they trust Trump more on that issue. Something like this happening 30 days out would have lost Kamala Harris the election hard. I need you guys to understand that Americans would re-elect, they would elect the corpse of Adolf Hitler if it meant that they knew gas would be $3 a gallon cheaper forever, okay? They would absolutely do that in a heartbeat, they would, with a landslide victory for the corpse of Hitler, all right? So, with that in mind, Kamala Harris is catching up on that, but it's still very bad, and this would have been game over. But here, however, is where things get a little more complicated. Apparently, what was being asked for when it comes to this strike, on the surface, looked impossible. What they were asking for was a 77% wage increase for all dock workers. nearly a doubling of pay across the board, which has, you know, I mean, $81,000, that's a big request, right? This is not a nothing request. And this is the part of it that made it a lot more unlikely that there would be any agreement reached before the strike, and thus the strike would happen and invariably serve in Trump's favor, almost as if the thing being asked for was an impossible ask. The banning of all automation in the world of dock workers. That is part of what they are asking for, as well as the pay increases. A very substantial pay increase is banning automation, which on its face sounds good. We generally, working class doesn't like automation very much, but there are areas in which if we do not embrace automation, our country is going to be economically gigafucked, because every other country that is rapidly industrializing and gaining in the world economy is embracing they're embracing automation massively, and it's making them far more productive, and it's making their economies stronger at an insane rate. And if we try to ban it or politically demonize it, our entire country on an economic world scale is going to suffer immensely. The idea that we shouldn't allow automation is a very dangerous one, unfortunately, and the experts seem to agree with that unanimously. There are definitely industries in which automation is not needed and would just needlessly cut costs for billionaires in order to, like, take away jobs from people and make their bottom line better, those billionaires in question. But in the case of, like, the shipping industry, like dock workers in particular, that is not one of them. Like, automation in that industry is going to be needed going into the future for America to stay on par with the rest of the world. Even with everything, every advantage America has, automation is important. However, here is the good ending to the story. Here's where things get good, all right? There is a happy ending to all of this, because whether you agree with the strike or disagree with the strike, there is a good ending, no matter what your opinion is on all of this. This is a good ending. Dock workers strike that threatened to cripple the economy ends days after it began. This is today's news. The International Longshoremen's Association, or the ILA, has agreed to suspend its strike for a massive pay increase, just 3 days after threatening to cripple the country by shutting down ports along the East Coast, including the ports in Maine. The International Longshoremen's Association and the United States Maritime Alliance, LTD, have reached a tentative agreement on wages, said the ILA. Effective immediately, all current job actions will cease, and all work covered by the master contract will resume. Union dock workers promised to renew their recently expired employment contract with the United States Maritime Alliance until January 12th, after the election, so it doesn't impact the results. The ILA and USMX, by the way, this strike is based, as long as it does not make the fascist win, who A, would never allow the desire. By the way, if Trump wins and not Hillary, fucking Kamala Harris loses the election, there's no universe in which these union workers get what they're striking for. Like, if the strike happened, it would have been catastrophic for every American worker. If you are part of a marginalized group, catastrophic. If you are a worker striking for more benefits and for better working conditions, you're gigafucked. Republicans don't care about you. Trump doesn't care about you especially. So I am not saying these strikers were in the wrong. I want them to get what they want. The fact is, the way they were doing it was not only going to destroy American democracy forever by allowing Trump to win on his strongest position with American voters overwhelmingly, but to also, they would never get what they were asking for in the first place. They would never get their pay increases. They would never get the demands that they are making at all. And I want these dock workers, who are a vital worker group for the economy, to get what they want, but not begging for it in a way that will never get them what they want and will actually destroy America in the process as a domino effect, right? Is there hope for a Kamala victory? There is now. If this had gone through, I am fully of the opinion that Kamala Harris would have lost the election very hard, yeah. Thankfully, they have come to an agreement that makes everybody win. The strike isn't happening anymore, the economy isn't going to get giga-nuked, and the strikers are getting basically everything they asked for. Not the automation thing, but they're getting a massive pay increase. It's like 55% or something like that, or 50%. Anyway, let's read further and we'll get all the details, like, word for word. Union dock workers promised to renew their recently expired employment contracts. The ILA and USMX have come to a tentative agreement regarding wages and have agreed to return to a negotiation table after the extended contract expires. This is just holding things off until after, like, the results of this strike don't have an effect on whether we get to have democracy anymore after the election, you know? In a video that circulated widely on social media, the ILA president Harold Daggett threatened that his strike could cripple the American economy. Daggett's boastful and braggadocious video quickly led internet sleuths to point out that Daggett earned nearly $900K per year as head of the union and lives in a lavish 7,136 square foot mansion in New York City. Or in New York, not New York City. His apparent wealth and opulent lifestyle contrasted sharply with the story of hard scrabble poverty he projected when promoting the strike. In addition to higher pay, one of the core issues of the strike was the growing use of automation at American ports, a technological development that has already reduced the number of human workers required to operate major ports. More robots means fewer laborers, and fewer laborers means fewer income earners, sending a portion of their paychecks to the union. The union had demanded that the USMX promise to ban automation at the East Coast ports, fearing that their jobs could become obsolete if U.S. shipping infrastructure is totally modernized. The longshoremen did not provide any details on the wage increase, but the Associated Press reported that USMX tentatively offered union workers a staggering 62% pay increase over the course of 6 years. Yeah, so the offer that was already being made to these workers was enormous, and they were denying it at the time in order to push forward with the strike. So as you can see, it looked like there was nothing that they could really be offered realistically that would please them and not make them destroy the economy before the election and thus win Trump the election easily. Yeah, they ask way more than they actually need, like listing 10K for a car for 15 and selling it for... Yeah, it was haggling, right? They asked way more than they actually realistically expected so they could haggle down. But when they were asking that, it was like, oh God, we're fucked, guys. Like, there's no way this gets agreed to. This strike is gonna happen. It's gonna nuke the economy like you promised to, and it's gonna win Trump the election. That is how things were looking for a hot minute there until literally today, like this morning when the news broke that the strike had been ended after an agreement had been reached to push this until after the election at least. I hope they strike hard for everything that they're asking for after the election, by the way. As long as it doesn't mean that, like, it's going to destroy the economy right before the election, yeah, I'm fine with them striking in that case. It's a really good case to exert a show of power that workers have like that. Yeah, if these workers striked and it actually crippled the U.S. economy for like a month, everyone would be reminded of how big of a fucking deal their work is, and it would be a massive wake-up call as to how big of a deal and how powerful and influential a union can be. It would be great. Like, that is good. But that little detail of it being 30 days until the election, you know, it's, like, you can't really deny that that would have been absolutely catastrophic for every American working class person, regardless of your position on strikes and stuff like that. Like, it would have been bad. I do hope they make the time and research to actually look at what automation will cause them their jobs and what automation won't. Yeah, that's a big thing as well, is that automation is not entirely a force of evil stealing away jobs. There's areas in which automation both increases productivity and also creates new jobs. The problem is oftentimes these jobs require a higher educational standard that, you know, that's not necessarily going to be as accessible to as many people as we would like. Like, we want more well-paying jobs that require less of an education. That's what we really need in this country. If we really want to fix shit and make this country better, that's a big step we need to take. I'm really proud of Biden for saying, yeah, we aren't going to force them back to work because Kamala Harris can use that. Yeah, one thing that's also worth pointing out is that the Daggett guy was actually lying about Biden there, and about, I guess, Harris too by extension, with this, like, puffing and posturing about how they don't support the union. Kamala Harris and Biden have both come out in support of striking dock workers and criticized Trump's record on unions. Yeah, so, like, but that's part of the catastrophic outcome, right? Like, had these strikes gone through, naturally the Dem president and candidate are going to back these strikers, as they have been lately with any union thing. And that gives Trump an open path to say, hey, you know these union workers that striked and destroyed the U.S. economy, that are losing thousands of Americans their jobs and inflating the U.S. dollar and making it so you can't afford anything? Well, these politicians supported those strikes. They're in favor of it. They caused it, Trump would even argue. I would guarantee he'd go that far with his hyperbole and lies. So that would be an easy W for Trump to say, well, look at them supporting these strikes that destroyed the U.S. economy. Oh my God. Kamala would have lost the election so hard if Trump did that. It would be such a massive landslide victory for Trump in that scenario. And I'm not even arguing like hypotheticals here. Percentage of voters who trust Trump more than Kamala on the economy. Oh shit. Wait, never mind. Things are changing just barely. It's still very... Come on, get away, pop-up thing. It's still very neck and neck, but this is a recent development. As of today, Harris leads Trump by 3. So, like, this strike was about to decimate Kamala Harris's brand new, barely existing lead in trust on the economy with voters. This is very good, by the way. This is, like, massively good, by the way, especially with the fact that this strike is no longer going through before the election. It's been delayed, and that, like, there's been a contract signing, and we're not going to have that massive economic destruction a month out. This is huge. If this lead continues to grow, you guys need to know this was one of Trump's biggest W's. If Trump was going to win, it was either immigration or the economy. Oh, wait, this is in general. I don't know if this is on the economy. Never mind. I might be wrong. Hold on. Hold on. Taxes. Increasing wages, creating jobs. Okay, this... Harris has a slight trust advantage. Okay, we're good. Okay, so 51% Harris, 51, 48, 47, 47, 47, 47, 46, 45, 45, 44, 44, 44. So some areas she's still behind, particularly managing trade policy, which is the whole tariff thing. People think Trump is a genius with his tariffs. Lowering gas prices. Obviously, gas companies have worked hard to make sure that you believe Democrats equals magically higher gas prices, even though they control the gas prices. Reducing the national debt. The whole, like... trade deficit, international debt thing, Trump has very effectively pushed the idea that Republicans are better for that. Inflation, obviously, almost takes the lead here now. No, he takes the lead. He takes the lead now. He still takes the lead on reducing inflation because he has hit that hard, the idea of inflation. And Americans just associate Trump with lower inflation and the Dems with high inflation now because of the whole COVID thing. Handling labor union policy. Kamala has the lead on this right now. That's good. Improving our infrastructure. Kamala has a lead. Protecting domestic manufacturing jobs. Kamala lead. Lowering grocery costs. Kamala lead. Creating jobs. Kamala lead. Increasing wages. Kamala lead. Lowering housing costs. Kamala lead. Supporting small businesses. Kamala lead. Now, it may be great that she has a lead here, but you might notice something kind of stark and worrying about her lead. It's a very weak lead. Why the fuck is someone who is objectively better for the economy in every way, shape, and form, if you even do the slightest amount of research, why does she have such a thin marginal lead on Trump? That is a terrifying idea that it is this fucking close. If Harris wins, it will be a close election. I used to think she would win by a lot more, but now that I look deeper into it, especially on these particular issues, if Harris wins, it will be a close race. If either of them wins, really, it'll be a close race. No matter what, it is going to be a close race. That is the facts of it, you know? Even on this issue, where Kamala Harris is now taking the lead and almost lost it horribly because of the story we're discussing here, it's still only so much. It's still only so marginal, so thin, you know? Once again, this meme speaks true every day. This stands true to this day. We taught this chimpanzee to understand the American political system, and he hung himself. It It is always true. It isn't eternally true. It is true every day and every night, 24/7, 7 days a week. 365 days a year. So with that in mind, I want to emphasize that I'm actually in favor of this strike. It's so complicated. It's such a weird situation because I'm in favor of the strike, but not right now. Not until, obviously, once it's supposed to happen again after the election on January 12th, right? And my reasoning for this, people are going to naturally, because I should emphasize that for a long time in the online left, there has been a split between those that consider economics or like the working class struggle the most important struggle of all that supersedes all others, even electoralism, and who like holds power in the country. And you've got the people who value social and political electoral progress more. And I find that those people are where I align the most. And so you get this issue where, let's say, for example, there's a conflict between the working class and what is actually best for the country on a progressive level. A really good example of this is coal workers. For those that don't know, it is actually the coal unions, the coal miner unions, who have been fighting hard against dissolving the coal industry, which is destroying the planet. If you get rid of the coal industry, countless working class coal miners lose their jobs. That's just the reality of it. If we want to save the planet, we have to take countless jobs from people who work in oil and people who work in coal, just fossil fuels across the board. They either have to get educations that can adapt to a new type of work in green energy, maybe, or they have to lose their jobs and find work somewhere else. Tough luck. The planet what matters more than their jobs. If you believe that, if you believe we should phase out greenhouse gas producing jobs, then you admit that in some cases the best interests of some working class people is so against the best interests of everyone else that if we went with their best interests, it could destroy the planet. If we do what these coal unions want, it will destroy the planet because they want coal to be on top. They want to dig, baby, dig, more coal. Coal is best. That's why Trump ran on the idea of clean coal, how he's going to promote clean coal, because he wanted the coal miners to vote for him, and they do. They vote Republican overwhelmingly. And so with this in mind, you need to understand that there are possible real cases like this where backing a union, backing a strike, backing what the working class or a group of people in the working class are asking for could be so counterproductive to everything else you believe and fight for that it could actually be catastrophically harmful. A good example being the coal miners. Yeah, steam engine operators lost their jobs. Guess we should keep on using steam power because it would be anti-worker to adapt and advance and make standard a new, better form of technology. I find that there is a segment of lefties online who are like that, who are legitimately like, they would absolutely sacrifice the future of this country if it meant that a striking union won, even if it was a striking union of coal miners demanding that coal be the #1 used fuel source in America, which would basically end the world in 5 years, you know? I need you guys to understand that there is nuance here, and that is kind of what I feel is the most similar situation to this one in which I fundamentally agree with the idea of higher wages and you know, backing unions and the idea of unions in general, but this hyper-specific situation would have had such objectively horrible outcomes and results for everybody across the board. It's like, man, I can't support this strike right now. That's something I never thought I would say, but in the case of striking coal miners saying, you can't get rid of coal, we need to keep on burning coal, you can't get rid of our jobs, or dock workers saying they want to nuke the economy a month out from the election to destroy the reputation of Dems, which would destroy the reputation of Dems right before the election, it would be bad. It would be bad in that situation. It would be. No stupid questions. Is clean coal a thing? It's not a thing, no. No, I agree. No stupid questions, and I get that maybe you just didn't know, but that was a term Trump made up. He's been known for that, by the way. And if you don't believe me, clean coal. I'll just Google it. Here's factcheck.org. In his rallies, President Trump repeatedly talks about clean coal, using the phrase more than a dozen times over the past 3 months. He has also said in other appearances that clean coal can be exported or loaded up on railway cars, but clean coal refers to technologies deployed at power plants that make coal cleaner to burn, not the fuel itself. Modern definitions require cuts in carbon dioxide emissions, and the only way to do that is a substantial way is through carbon capture. Just 2 coal power plants in the world use this technique, and it makes up less than 0.1% of American coal-fired capacity. And of course, we saw no increases in the amount of clean coal, quote-unquote. It was just a buzzword that he made up. There's not clean coal. It's just using carbon capture to burn coal and capture the carbon before it gets out and acts as a greenhouse gas in the atmosphere. And it's way more expensive and high effort than what we get out of it, considering coal only is so low efficiency as a fuel that it produces 20% of our country's power, despite producing 80% of our carbon footprint every year. I'm going to be honest, but these people are voting Republican regardless. The Dems should just aggressively cut against coal and oil and offer the coal miners and oil workers free training in other fields. That would be ideal, but unfortunately it would just lose them the election hard. Like, you can say they're voting Republican regardless, but once, like, a massive industry like that gets axed, then the Republicans will be able to say they're coming for you next, and people will believe it. You have to understand, once again, they taught chimpanzee to understand the mindset of the average American voter, and it killed itself. You gotta remember that, guys. They won't see it the way you do. They'll fall for the conservative propaganda, because in their minds, conservatives are not evil propagandists lying to them. They're just the other party that also wants best for the country, just in a different way. And they're just as crooked and evil as the Dems, you know? That's how people view it. That's how the median voter sees it. So you gotta remember, they're not gonna view it the same way you do. Anyway, with all that said, I think that's all I have to say about this topic. I'm glad that these workers are temporarily getting what they asked for until we can get them striking again in, I think it's January 12th is when they resume striking, and they're going to be demanding even better demands, like their full list of demands perhaps even. And I'm fine with that, you know, as long as it's not going to nuke the fucking economy before the election. And so, yeah, based strikers and based of them not to follow through with it right before the election and to postpone it, and based of the, what was it called? The American Maritime whatever group, the group they were, that pays them, that they were negotiating with. Good on them for at least giving them the bone long enough that we don't have to lose democracy to a Trump win. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. At least there's a happy ending at the end of all of this, regardless of what side you fall on. Whether the strike was good to happen now or not, there's a good ending at the end of it after all. So yeah, with all that said, thank you so much for watching this segment if you enjoyed. Leave a like if you want to support the channel and make sure that more people see my stuff, and if you enjoyed it, it really does help a ton. Subscribe to the bell icon if you haven't already so that YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload new videos on my channel, because if you didn't know, they don't do that if you don't do that. You know, it's a whole thing. Anyway, on top of that, please consider following my social medias, linked down below in the description if you want to see more from me. And, of course, if you want to join my fan Discord, which is the main hub of my community, where I host game events, call-in streams, and watch parties and stuff, then make sure to join now, as I am going to be hosting a watch party right after stream today, which is going to be like, based on attendance, sort of a democratic vote to see like how much interest there is in continuing watch parties, because there's been declining viewership. So with that said, hopefully I see you guys there, and it's going to be a grand old time. I hope that you join the Discord. It's a fun time. I also announce all my new uploads and streams there, so it's a pretty fun time. And on top of that, if you want to support me directly and help keep the roof above my head and the lights on over here at the Xander Hall studio, then consider supporting me directly by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch to the Streamlabs link down below. But regardless of how you support the stream, thank you so much, and as always, have a good one. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out really good. Good seg? Hell yeah. Cammy Whammy, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to Wild Rose. Said, enjoy being blue, ba ba dee ba ba da. and sent a link and said, thought I'd give Atun Shea a shout out since he came up earlier. Oh, cool. Well, I hope Wild Rose appreciates the $5 gifted free sub their way. I certainly appreciate it, and you sent a link. Let's see this. I'll give myself a little peek at this content, see what it's about.
The Book of Exodus teacheth us that witchcraft and wizardry are abominations athwart God.
He's speaking proper Old English. God damn. Impressive. For those who don't know, this is how like actual Old English sounds. It's actually almost identical to a still existing dialect in like it's like Northern England or Northern Wales or something like that. I think Northern Wales. In Northern Wales, they still talk basically identical to Old English. So much to the point where I think it's like you can go and ask to buy a brown cow in the same way, and it's identical. Old English and Northern Welsh, I think. I think it's Northern Welsh. It's like, hello, could I buy a brown cow? It's like something like that. It's almost German. Yeah, I think it's German. My bad. It's something like that. It's interesting. This is proper Old English. He's like properly doing it right now. I recognize it. It's neat.
God. But what if there was a skull? Sacred deep in the mountain stronghold.
Like a good example is night in Old English is knicht. Like a lot of things in like are spelled like they are now in English, but they're pronounced without the weird things we've done to English, where it's like there's not as many silent letters, for example. You just pronounce the silent like syllables in certain words, and it's like Old English is almost how a first-time English speaker might assume English is spoken, you know what I mean? Or like someone who's reading a word in English for the first time might assume it's pronounced, is how you would pronounce it in Old English. It's pretty neat.
So the Papist Jacobites were a coven of satanical Tartars, corrupted Christian children with knowledge of these dark arts. Wonder not, gentlefolk, for the existence of such a profane frontistery is beyond dispute. I am the Witchfinder General of the colony of Massachusetts Bay.
I hate that I understand Old English so well. It's like, a lot of it is literally like, doesn't even sound like English, but I get it. And it's because I've watched so many fucking videos. Subtitles might be helpful. We're not going to watch more of it because I wanted to get like a peek at that, and it was donated over, and it's in, you know, a bit of a longer video. It's 9 minutes. But yeah, I like that. I might watch this guy's content because I like the attention to detail. They literally wrote a script out in Old English. That's pretty raw. It's pretty good. It's pretty cool. Anyway, with all that said, guys, this is where the stream is going to end. But if you guys are interested in a future for game events, call-in streams, watch parties, etc. in the Discord, because there has been declining attendance in these events, and they do take a bit to organize, and there are some downsides to doing them at all if people don't really like them, since I announce them in the Discord and people get pinged, and when people get pinged for stuff they don't want in a Discord, they turn off notifications, and they turn off notifications on Discord, they don't get notified when I go live or upload new videos, and when they don't get notified when I go live or upload new videos, and they don't see it, and then they don't watch it, and then I get less views, and then it's a negative for the channel in general. And so in a long roundabout way, the channel can actually be negatively impacted by me making announcements no one cares about for watch parties, which is why I want to do one final one potentially to see what the genuine appeal is among my community for them. And if they're not really all that appealing, people aren't all that down for them, I'm just not going to do them anymore. Unfortunate, I know, for the people that like them. I'm not like trying to punish you guys or hurt you guys or anything. It's just, it does take a lot to organize these things and get them going with like friends and organize it with like people that I want to be there and stuff. And I also have to make sure that I'm taking time from stream where I could otherwise just stream for a few more hours, right? Because I don't want it to go on for too late. And it's a whole thing, right? So if you want to support the watch party, if you want to cast your vote for them to continue, make sure that you join the Xander's Theater chat. We are going to be watching the next 3 episodes of Rings of Power in there. I'm actually going to be starting the watch party in Xander's Theater right now, so it's like labeled. Yee. The stage has been started. You guys can begin joining when you are ready, if you guys want to be early arrivals to the watch party. So yeah, with all that said, guys, make sure you hop on in if you want to cast your sort of attendance vote of watch parties, and it should be pretty pog. Wait, just Rings of Power watch party or of all watch parties? If we start having like massive drops in attendance for watch parties in the future, then I'll probably end up ending them if like they just end up dying after this. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, you know, if this one does really well, but then tomorrow or next watch party we get like 5 people, then it's like, well, that kind of changes everything. You know what I mean? But I'm assuming that people will probably attend them more often when they can. I'll also try to keep them a little more consistent and at a set time so people know, like, can kind of schedule it if they want to arrive and not miss it because, like, they didn't know it was going to happen. Because that would also suck if they would have come but they didn't know. Yeah, we got quite a few people in already, so I'm pretty happy to see that. I haven't even made the announcement yet. So hopefully, when I make the announcement, we get more people in there. It should be a good time. Anyway, guys, thank you all so much for watching. You guys have been so poggers, so epic, so omega pogger-licious throughout this stream today. I really appreciate all the support. I really appreciate all the kindness. And as always, thank you to every dono, every like, every kind word, even just the lurkers in chat watching and not even saying anything. You guys are very much appreciated as always. And I really hope to see you guys in the watch party and Discord. But with all that said, thank you and have a good one. I'll see you tomorrow, as I am streaming tomorrow as well, so hopefully I see you on tomorrow's stream as well. And as always, have a good one. Good night. For now. Doo-doo fart.